Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Stearns County Board of Adjustment meeting for Thursday, May 11th, 2023. Let us begin the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I have a couple of announcements to make. If you're in possession of a cell phone, I'd ask that you put it on silent mode at this time. Also, please note that all testimony is being tape recorded for the record. If you're going to speak, you'll be asked to state your name and address for the record first, and then go ahead with your input after being recognized by the chair. Members of the Board of Adjustment are appointed by the County Board of Commissioners with one member from each of the 5 commissioner districts and one member at large and one member appointed from the Planning Commission. And now I'm going to give a brief overview of the proceedings for this evening. I'll read the variance request and open the public hearing. While I'm reading your request, I would ask that the applicant or their representatives come forward and have a seat in front of the board by the microphone. The applicant or their representatives will be asked to state their name and address for the record. And then environmental staff will provide a brief overview of the requested variance, the staff report, and if any correspondence has been received regarding the request. The applicant or their representatives will then provide any input, corrections, concerns, or comments. Once the applicant and their representatives have provided their testimony, the board will then discuss the request and ask questions of staff or the applicant. Upon completion of the board questions, I'll ask if there's anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the request. If there is, I would ask that person come up to the podium, state their name and address for the record, and give their testimony. When all testimony is complete, I will ask the board members for a motion to close the public hearing. Once the motion is passed to close the public hearing, there will be no further input from the audience, from the applicant, or environmental services staff unless recognized by the chair or if one of the board members wants some type of clarification. The board will review and discuss the findings of facts. The findings are a series of questions that the board is required to answer based on Minnesota statutes and the requirements of the ordinance. Based upon those answers to the questions, the board will either grant or deny the variance request. All questions must be answered in the affirmative by the board. Once the findings are complete, there will be a motion to approve or deny the request based upon those findings this evening. And we have a rather lengthy agenda item this evening, so thinking we're going to kind of take a break for about 5 minutes, every about hour and a half. Does that sound fair, guys? Okay, just about 5 minutes. So with that, let us move to agenda item number 1 on our agenda. A request from Greta, is it Shuddy? Okay, on behalf of Hope Shores Bible Camp and Retreat Center, Hope Presbyterian Church, Richfield, from Section 4 of Stearns County Youth Camp Ordinance 204 to allow youth to attend the camp without submittal of a physical examination period not more than 90 days prior to admission to the camp by a duly licensed practitioner of healing arts signed by such practitioner. Said ordinance requires submittal of examination record by each camp attendee at the time of admission to a camp consistent with Minnesota Rules 4630.4300. And the affected property is 17087 Triple T Road, Eden Valley, Minnesota. And then the applicant, if you would say your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, Greta Shuddy, and address is 17087 TTT Road, Eden Valley.
Awesome, thank you very much. And then staff to your report, please. And first, was anybody able to visit the site in question? Mike?
Yes.
Bunny?
No.
I did.
No.
Rob?
No.
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, board members, before we get into the report, I just want to kindly remind the board that this is a unique variance request. It is not a zoning related request. It is a health related request. It is merely a decision of the board on a yes or no vote. There are some criteria for making these decisions that Sarah will go through. And then also, if approved, there is a time requirement that the board would need to address. So Sarah Cavelli, Senior Environmental Specialist, will present the background.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Sarah Cavelli, Senior Environmental Health Specialist. So our section here Environmental health, through a health delegation agreement with the Minnesota Department of Health, is a local public health authority for food, lodging, pool, manufactured home parks, and recreational youth camp licensing and inspection programs. The Environmental Health Division of Environmental Services is granted oversight of these responsibilities. So as Mark said, they are not zoning related. It's not a zoning related request. The analysis of the request, a variance may be granted as allowed within the official control referenced as the general health and welfare of the children attending the camp have been retained by reasonable means, as the applicant has defined. Hope Shores Bible Camp would continue to collect the camper's health history, immunization records, the statement as to the existence of or freedom from communicable diseases, and instruction relative to the limitation of the camper's participation in camp activities necessitated by physical disability or impairment. The camp will also maintain a licensed nurse on staff for each week of the summer youth camps. If health concerns arise, immediate action would be taken to care for the health of the campers. So the criteria for the decision, Chapter 4717.7010, Subpart 1, the criteria for granting a variance. The Commissioner may grant a variance if A, the variance was requested in a manner prescribed by Part 4717.7000, which was our variance application that you received. B, the variance will have no potential adverse effect on public health, safety, or the environment. C, the alternative measures to be taken, if any, are equivalent to or superior to those prescribed in the rule. D, strict compliance to the rule will impose an undue burden on the applicant. And E, the variance does not vary a statutory standard. Subpart 2, conditions for variance. In granting a variance, the Commissioner may attach conditions the Commissioner determines are needed to protect public health, safety, or the environment. So I will turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
And then I'll return it to you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add that we did not receive any public comment on this, just for the board's awareness.
Okay. And then with that, opening it up to questions for the applicant or environmental services staff.
A question for the applicant. The children that come to the camp, what's the longest period of time one individual student would be in attendance at the camp?
The longest time someone would be in attendance would be 5 days.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I have a question for staff
Sure.
or for the applicant. If I read it right and I understand it correctly, you're looking for just the campers.
Just the
Staff
campers.
is still covered by that
The s-
physical requirement.
Correct. We do the staff like on a yearly basis because the staff is different every single summer. So yes.
Okay.
Yep. We hear that.
Just a question for you. I'm assuming you have emergency procedures in place.
Yep.
ED on.
Yep. We are like accredited by the American Camping Association. So we have like a full gamma of health and wellness and emergency procedures that we follow.
And on staff, is it an LPN or an RN?
RN. RN, and then we have an oversight by a physician assistant that is local here.
What are the age ranges of your camp attendees?
Age ranges they can be as young as finishing second grade and then all the way through senior in high school.
And then do you have an example at all of what kind of agenda happens during the week? You know, people probably aren't just sitting at desks reading a Bible every day, all day.
Correct. Yeah, they'll, I would say the activities that people would be thinking of that would be like a little more strenuous. They do swimming or they'll do any sort of like boating activity. We have like a torpedo that they'd be pulled behind a boat. And various games, but I would say that people are not required to participate. Everything is pretty much optional, and they can kind of go at the pace that they deem what they want to do. It's not like a sports, any sort of like high intensity sport is not what we do. And we don't have special like ropes courses or anything really like more on a dangerous end. It's pretty much all feet are on the ground or they're in the lake.
May I ask what the origin of this request was? I mean, we've had children's summer camps for decades. I know I went to a Bible camp when I was a child. So what makes today different than all these previous years?
I think the difficulty is the within 90 days that's stated there, because a lot of our campers will have their physical on their like calendar birthday, and health insurances will not like allow them to get a second one and cover it. So we have a variety of campers coming from socioeconomic backgrounds, which makes it an additional challenge. And so if we encourage them to still get the physical exam and do that yearly, what the Minnesota like state actually recommends from age 3 to 20, like every year. We encourage that and we follow that and have to follow that with our like ACA accreditation as well. But the 90 days is really tough.
The physical exams pretty much are the same as the wellness checkups for the children, and I am a mother of a medically complex child, so I guarantee you they know what they're going to need to do.
Yep.
Question for staff, if we have some history on, do we know how long this 90-day requirement has been on the ordinance books? Is it a recent change or has it been there for multiple years?
I can see if I have a date.
And while she's looking for that, how many of these types of camps do we have in the county? And just I don't need an exact number, but just an estimate.
Mr. Chair, Board Member Mossman, I believe we have 5 or 6 youth camps in the county. It's approximately 5 or 6.
Okay,
licensed.
thank you.
I'd like to point something out too. Kids that play high school sports are only required to do a physical every 3 years as well.
Mm-hmm.
So the date that I have on here, it just says it's published electronically February 8th, 2005.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Question for the applicant.
Yeah.
In the yellow up there, it says the time period. Is there a particular length of time that you're looking for or hoping for?
Yeah, I mean, I would say like indefinitely, just based on what the other standards were for the state of Minnesota and what Amy even said for like high school sports. They really have lengthened that. And I actually come from a health background myself and worked in collegiate sports for a long time. And we also only required it once every 3 years.
And a lot could change in the healthcare industry between now and infinity.
But a lot of these kids get a wellness checkup every year.
Right, and our age range wouldn't change for the kids
And
coming
like,
camp.
I'm just going to say here, like for me, my daughter goes in annually with her cardiologist visits. So
And I would agree. I work in the school systems, and I know, putting any additional burdens on parents in order to have outside activities for their children, I think is a little extreme for us.
well, it's just a lot of extra running,
Oh, yeah.
especially when you're already doctoring a lot the way it is.
Question, is this historically unique for camps in our county? I work with one of the camps in their administrative offices, and is this unique or?
I might think that most aren't aware of variances that are allowed or things that people are allowed to request variance from in our rule. So, maybe others would consider it if they knew about it, but I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just one point of clarification. It is a state rule requirement and also part of the local ordinance by adoption of the rule, but it does stem from a state requirement. So just point of clarification.
Are there any other questions from board members?
Then I have a question for staff then. Are we allowed to offer a variance for something that's required by the state so that we become less restrictive than the state?
This rule does allow, so 4630.4750 states that variance to rules relating to children's camps. The commissioner shall grant a variance to parts 4630.2300 to 4630.4700, only according to the procedures and criteria specified below, which we read earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So the short answer is yes.
Any other board members with questions for the staff or the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this request? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the request? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the request? Hearing none, looking for a motion and a second to close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion from Mike,
Jill, I'll second.
second from Jill. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, noting that for the purposes of this meeting, George is not in attendance, and so thus, since there's an even amount of people, I will be abstaining from voting on this. So can I get a motion to either grant or deny this variance request as requested before the board?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to accept it.
Okay,
I'll second.
motion from Amy, second from Mike. A discussion?
Yep. Yes, if we can have some discussion,
Yep,
because I
absolutely.
think before we vote, we should discuss if the time limit before we make a motion.
Absolutely.
I'm thinking too, if this ordinance has been a state ordinance since at least 2005, like the health insurance industry has changed significantly in the last 18 years. And maybe people were allowed to go to more than one health checkup in 2005 and get paid for it from their insurance, and now they don't. So that's part of why I would vote for a yes. But again, how do we set how long this is? Do we say 5 years and they have to come back in 5 years?
Who owns the camp?
Hope Church owns it. So the church that I'm hired by owns the camp. Yep.
And a question for staff. Let's just say we were to offer it for a significant number of years and then something in the medical industry or in state law changed. We would be able to revoke it at some point in time prior to the expiration of it. Is that correct? You know, I'm just saying if all of a sudden something significant happened in the health industry, and we granted it for 20 years or something, and all of a sudden 10 years from now something significant changed, we could reverse that. Am I correct?
I wonder if the legislature would just take care of it before we did.
But I mean, if they didn't,
Yeah,
we'd
yeah.
still have the power to do that, correct?
Mr. Chair, board members, I am not 100% sure of the answer.
Okay.
I would assume that if there were changes in the healthcare industry that would no longer make this applicable, then it wouldn't apply, and we wouldn't having camps do this. I guess it's hard to say what the major change may be, but to be honest, I'm not sure. I would assume, I'm making an assumption, and that's always not good, but I would assume that you would have an opportunity to look at it again.
Could we put some language in there to say this many years unless a change happened at the state and at that time it needs to be revisited? Is that like a valid condition?
Mr. Chair, board members, I think it may be best just to specify a number of years or an event. Staff did make recommendation in the alternative section that we felt was reasonable. Maybe the board could consider those.
This might be a question for staff, but can we just do something where it's evaluated every 5 years? Just to make sure there's no changes, or if we need to implement something or change something? put it in a review every 5 years?
Mr. Chair, board members, I think, again, I would think it would be best if you just designated, if 5 years was a number, designate 5 years. For instance, we have other health variances that staff, other ordinances allow us as staff to deal with rather than coming to this body. And at that time, we dictate a number of years that they are. They're allowed to operate that way. They expire, and then they'd have to reapply if they want to continue with that.
I guess for me, I would leave it indefinitely unless it changes ownership hands.
Any further discussion on the motion, as it were?
No, I would be fine with the motion as long as we would, we could say indefinitely, but with the requirement that they maintain, their current status of, the licensed nurse and the health information and immunizations from the family.
And the recommended condition of if the ownership changes, then.
Correct. I would agree with that as well.
That sound all right to everybody?
I'm fine with it.
Okay. So, does somebody want to put that into applicable language to make sure we get it down?
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the, or do we have a motion?
Now we have motion in a
Okay.
second. Yep.
All right, I'll make a motion to add to our motion that the variance would be granted indefinitely, except in the condition that the license or camp ownership would change, and that the camp would continue to require campers' health history, immunization records, and statement of the existing or freedom of communicable diseases, and instruction relative to the limitation of the camper's participation in camp activities necessary by the physical disability or impairment. And the camp would also maintain a licensed nurse on staff for each week of the summer youth camps. And if there's any health concerns arise, that immediate action would be taken to care for the health of the camper.
That was brave of you to offer that. Good job. I appreciate that.
I
You're a
read that
hero.
right out of staff analysis.
Still, you did good. All right, so we have an amendment to the motion. I would assume we need to vote on that amendment as well, correct?
Jill DeLong, I'll second that amendment to the motion.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment to the motion, Mike?
Aye.
Bonnie?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Jill?
Aye.
All right, that business is done for that. All right, and on the motion at hand for us, we had a motion from Amy, a second from Mike. The remaining voters, Bonnie,
Aye.
Rob,
Aye.
and Jill.
Aye.
With that, the variance is granted. If you have any questions, please come and contact staff during business hours.
you.
Thank you so much. Now moving on to agendum item number 2, a request from Travis Ritter and Jennifer Ron, Holdingford, Minnesota, from section 6.9.6B, 3 of Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to expand an existing feedlot to 11.65 animal units on a 3.40 acres in an A40 zoning. A prior variance granted allows 4.95 animal units. Said ordinance allows 2 animal units on parcels of at least 3 acres, but less than 5 acres. The affected property is 3.40 acres on the address of 42521 County Road 9 in Holdingford, Minnesota. And if applicants, if I can have your name and addresses for the record, please.
My name is Jennifer Ron, and since the purchase of the property, it's now Ritter. Our address is 42521 County Road 9, Holdingford.
Perfect. And of the board members, who was able to make a site visit? Mike?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
I was. Amy?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And Jill?
No.
Okay, there you have that. And Environmental Services, to your staff report, please.
All right, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. The property is 3.4 acres in Section 8 in Holding Township, zoned A40. The feedlot was originally registered on September 14th, 2000 for 34.6 animal units. In 2015, the feedlot was deactivated because the owners at the time submitted feedlot registration and change of ownership paperwork stating that the feedlot had not had animals since 2012. According to ordinance, any non-conforming feedlot not used within a 12-month consecutive period are no longer considered legal nonconformities. The applicants purchased the property in September 2020, and they had been previously granted a variance for 4.95 animal units on the acreage. Manure at the site is currently stockpiled in a semi-enclosed area located on structure number 4, the open lot. I don't know if you can see it up there or not. Applicants have an agreement with nearby landowners to apply the manure as needed. The request is for 11.65 animal units that will consist of what is stated in the staff report for a breakdown. There are no valid complaints on file for this property. The nearest home is 812 feet to the southeast, and the city of Holdingford is located 1,526 feet to the south. Surrounding properties are zoned A40. There is an auditor subdivision located approximately 398 feet to the southeast, which does not require a feedlot setback, and this was verified with land use staff. And ESD staff was last on site on April 10th, 2023 for an assistance inspection related to this permit. ESD suggests for alternatives or recommended conditions that the board grant or deny the variance request based on the finding of facts, or grant a density that is greater than the 4.95 animal units, but less than the requested 11.65 animal units. And I did receive one correspondence from the public in relation to this. I can read that now or during the public hearing.
Read it now.
Read it now. Okay. All right. The public correspondence was from Daniel Carestis. Stated, I am writing in reply to the request from Travis Ritter and Jennifer Ron to expand to 11.65 animal units on 3.4 acres in A40 zoning. The prior variance allowed 4.95 animal units and did not put any restrictions on my land, which is located across the road from their property. If the current request for another variance is granted, it will put restrictions on my property. Any house built on my property will need to be set back approximately 300 feet from the road. This will mean additional costs for putting in a road and other construction costs associated with building. I am also concerned about any potential groundwater runoff, as this feedlot will be located on higher ground than the wetland areas on my property. Last, I am concerned with the possible request for another variance for additional animals. That would require me to set back any structure even further from the road due to the feedlot location near the road. Thank you for listening to my concerns. Please email the board's decision to him or post it where I can find it. That is the conclusion of the staff report.
Thank you. Board members, any comments, questions, concerns for the applicant and or Environmental Services staff?
I have a question for staff. Being that it is County Road 9, correct, is it 500 feet from the center line versus 300?
I believe it is only a 63 foot, or 100 foot, sorry, 100 foot setback from the center line.
I have a question for the applicant. I admire what you're doing.
Yes.
Are these animals personal use, or do you market them, or what do you do with them?
Right now, we applied for more animal units because we want to allow our children to do the 4-H thing when they get older, and we also want to show them how like you can have baby pigs and then eventually you have to grow them up and butcher them yourselves. That, and we discovered that our beef cows don't grow according to what the internet says. It's not 14 months, so we want to be able to alternate more of the calves to adjust for like calves and feeders and that sort of thing.
Just to clarify, you don't keep these on there year round. Eventually you do sell, slaughter.
Oh yes, we just brought in 2 steers not too long ago. We filled our freezers, and I hate to say it, but my 2-year-old doesn't like hamburger. He prefers a steak or a pork chop. It's very unusual, but yeah, it's definitely one of those things at family reunions that get you.
I would like to point out too, for you guys to know, before these guys bought that property, it was foreclosed. Prior to that, Plotz's did dairy farm out there, and they had, I believe, 24 to 30 heads. So it's had more animals than what they're asking for.
But I'd have to ask staff, that was a non-conforming,
Correct.
correct?
Correct. It was a lot of record at 3.4 acres, operating at 34.6
Yep.
animal units.
Okay.
And a question for staff, when the neighbor in his letter indicated the 300 feet setback, can you comment on that? Because when I looked at it, it didn't seem like that.
Yes, I can clarify as to what he's talking about. He's stating that he will have to construct approximately 300 feet back from the road in relation to a 500-foot setback that would be in place at the feedlot if this variance were to be approved. So any feedlots over 10 animal units but less than 100 require a 500-foot feedlot setback to neighboring residences or unbuilt plat lines. As of now, with it being under 10 animal units, it does not require this neighboring residence setback.
So we could modify it from 11.65 to 10 and then appease both parties.
To less than 10. It would increase
9.9?
9.9.
animal units and also not place a setback on the neighboring properties. And I did create a new map. I apologize, I created it this morning. Yes, it's the 4th map list there. One more down. Sorry.
Alicia, I got a question for you too. There's a cemetery across from the road there. Is there any setbacks with that?
The ordinance currently does not have any feedlot setbacks to cemeteries.
What about housing?
Housing on cemeteries?
Like, no, like if you wanted to build a house on that property.
I'm not sure. The northern part is not an administrative subdivision. The southern half of the cemetery is. So the southern half of the cemetery, there's 2 separate parcels, is an administrative subdivision, which I don't believe allows for a building, to allow for a house to be built. As for the northern one, I'm not sure that staff could, or that anybody could build a house on there, with it being a currently operating cemetery. I'm unsure. But this map shows what a 500-foot setback would look like in relation to the feedlot on neighboring properties.
So I'm seeing that then for the neighboring property, the person that wrote the letter is the one to the lower right. Is that correct?
No,
No?
the person that wrote the email is directly to the east of the property. Daniel Carestas on the right there. There is no house currently on the property.
Oh, okay.
It is tillable acreage right now. About half of it is tillable acreage, and the other half has a stream with shoreland.
So if it has a stream with shoreland, he probably would have setbacks anyway?
Yes, there are setbacks in relation to the features on that property as to where he would be able to construct a house in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, Question for staff. So I understand there is currently a variance on the property. If there were no variances on the property, what would be the allowed animal unit density?
The allowed animal unit density, if there was no previous allowed variance, would be 2 animal units.
2. Okay, and I live in the city. I never lived on a farm. So is the concern of the density because of the amount of land there is? We don't want too many animals and too much manure? Is that kind of the crux of it?
I'm going to let Becky respond.
Mr. Chair, Madam DeLong, this was what was established in the ordinance without any science behind it, and what was comfortable at the time because of concerns of manure management. But there's always that ability to transfer manure or store it elsewhere. So it's a matter of deciding what's comfortable for the board at this point.
Thank you.
I have a question for the applicant. Is this 11.65 set in stone, or can you get by with 9.5 or 9.6? Because you're 582% over.
Yes. We just figured out, I know the first time when we did the variance, the woman we talked to in the environmental services, she goes, make sure to allow yourself so much more animal units than you think you're ever going to fill. And we didn't think we'd have a problem with 4.95. We thought we'd be okay, which is why we paid the extra fees, because we were very, very wrong. But if we do get under the 10 animal units, it would just mean less piglets and things like that we'd end up having to, instead of keeping and raising, we'd end up having to sell at the sales barn or something like that, and keep a limit on our son's ability to go to 4-H. Should be, instead of 2 sheep or whatever they choose to show, would be just 1 or that sort of thing.
Well, the reason I ask is because it would fit better with your neighbor.
Yeah, no.
You wouldn't have that 500-foot setback required if you're under 10.
No, that's completely understandable. We just tried to overestimate because we didn't know how many piglets we were going to have or how many goat kids, because I know all of our goats are expecting right now. So we can eventually use the goat milk and give that to our kids and make the soap and do that sort of thing. We both come from farming backgrounds, but we've never actually, our parents never did it. It's been our grandparents. So my husband is actually one of 29 grandkids, and we're the only one that actually farms. So we're learning everything from our grandparents.
Okay. This is a question for applicant. Mr. Crestus, does he even live here, or does he live somewhere else? Like
As far as I know, he lives down in Florida. That is what we've been told. He's looking to retire in that section of land, and that was what we were told when we previously applied for the first variance. And as of last year, he was looking to sell the property, as far as we know, because that was his neighbor where we were going to put manure on his food plot, Carl Cascella. He asked us if we heard anything about, because we were going to look at purchasing it to use it for our feeding for our animals and that sort of thing.
Mr. Chair, just 2 things. There was a question about parcels of record. Those 2 cemeteries are parcels of record. They would be entitled a residential building site, but they look very active. So cemeteries are highly regulated. I don't see that being room for a home. And then secondly, the individual you're just talking about, his mailing address is in Virginia currently.
Any other questions or comments from board members at this time? Hearing none, anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the variance request? Anyone wishing to speak to the request? Anyone wishing to speak to the request? Hearing none, looking for a motion and a second to close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion.
Motion from Amy.
I'll second it.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Second from Rob. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And now moving to our finding of facts for this. Number 1, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning districts in which the subject property is located. Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, it is located in an A40, which does allow for animals.
Okay. Let's say yes from Bonnie. Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
And Mike?
Yes.
That's a yes for number 1. Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls or any related ordinances. Yes or no?
I would say yes, and under agricultural goals, number 1, to support agriculture as a desirable land use for the long term and facilitate diversification of the county's agricultural economy. And then also, I believe I would be in favor of like a 9.9 or something so that we would reduce conflicts with the neighbor.
A yes from Bonnie. Jill?
I think in this case, the official controls are the animal unit ordinance and limiting the number of animal units in that size of property. Looking at the neighborhood, it's a lot of fields. There's the cemetery across the street. I think if we limit it to under the 10 animal units, that would help convince the neighbor who had a concern. So I think it is in harmony with the general purpose.
Yes from Jill. Rob?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes, and just to put on record, there is a finding of fact that the property has housed more animals already.
And Mike?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a yes for number 2. Number 3, the variance will be consistent with a comprehensive plan. Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I'm a yes. I do believe it falls under animal egg policies number 1 and number 2.
Okay, that's a yes from Amy. Jill?
I'm going to say a yes under agricultural goals number 4, to strive for and support higher farm profitability and family farm stability. While this family does not say that they're necessarily selling it, it is for the family farm stability. So yes.
Okay, yes from Jill. Rob?
I'm going to say, with the caveat, yes, with agricultural goals number 1 also.
Okay. Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Okay, that's a yes for number 3. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner. Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, Jill DeLong, I'm going to say yes, it is a reasonable manner. They're reusing the barn that pre-existed that already housed more animals than this. They're in an agricultural zone. I think it is reasonable.
Okay, yes from Jill. Rob?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes, and I also like to point out there is a waste management plan.
Okay, Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number 4. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner. Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, Jill DeLong, I think it is unique to the property such that the existing buildings there did allow for larger animals, and it was just because it lapsed over time. So it is not due to the landowner.
Okay, yes from Jill. Rob?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number 5. Number 6, the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality. Yes or no?
I would say yes. It's an agricultural area now, and it will continue to be that.
Okay, yes from Bonnie. Jill?
I would say that as long as we adjust the variance to be under 10 animal units, then it would maintain the essential character. If it's more than that, then it does impact the neighbors.
Okay, yes from Jill. Rob?
I agree with Jill, yes.
Amy?
I'm a yes, and there are other hobby farms around that area as well.
Okay. Mike?
Yes.
Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations. Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, Jill DeLong, I don't believe we discussed economics. So yes, it is involved more than that.
And although I'm not voting, I would say this kind of speaks more to an educational aspect of agriculture and farming, so that's something duly noted. Rob?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
And Mike?
Yes.
Right, that is a yes for number 7. So with all questions being answered in the affirmative, I would look for a motion and a second for granting the variance.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve the request for and changing the size to 9.9 animal units.
Okay, motion.
I'll second that motion.
I'll take Amy for this one. All right, the remaining votes. Jill,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
and Bonnie.
Yes.
You had yours, and then Mike.
Yes.
So with that, the variance request granted at a 9.9 unit is approved, as it were. If you have any questions, please contact staff during regular business hours. Thank
Sounds
you.
good, thank you.
Item agenda number 3, an after-the-fact request for David and Deanne Johnson of the David and Deanne Johnson Trust of Paynesville from sections 9.911 and 10.18B of Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to leave as constructed a single-family residential dwelling and associated driveway in a residential 1 zoning district in excess of the maximum amount lot coverage of 25%. Also to leave finished fill placement for elevating said structure in a floodplain overlay district less than 1 foot below the regulatory flood protection elevation extending at least 15 feet beyond the outside limits of the structure. Said ordinance allows a maximum lot coverage of 25% in an R1 zoning district and requires finished fill elevation of at least 15 beyond the outside limits of the structure to be no lower than 1 foot below the regulatory flood protection elevation. And the affected properties in Paynesville Township, and the address is 15371 Crown Crest Road in Paynesville, Minnesota. And applicant, name and address for the record, please. Awesome. And members of the board able to visit Mike?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
I was. Amy?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And Jill? Okay. Having heard that, environmental services staff, to your report, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The applicants own lots 4 and 5 of Block 4 and lots 16 and 17 of Block 6 of Sandy Beach. Sandy Beach was platted back in 1921. They officially acquired the property in March of 2014. They obtained a construction site permit to replace the dwelling that was there, the existing dwelling, with a new dwelling. And that was on February 24 of 2021. I'm not going to bore you with this timeline, because you have that in your packet. You've been able to look through that. So we'll kind of cruise through the timeline, and we'll look at the 2 items at hand here. Number 1 being the impervious lot coverage. The certificate of survey that was supplied when they applied for their construction site permit proposed a lot coverage of 23.3%, which included an approximate driveway coverage of 3,058 square feet. The surveyor made a note that the driveway plan had not been received by him, so he was going off of preliminary, I guess you would call it, plans. The applicant provided an as-built certificate of survey to us in January of 23, finding that the lot coverage was 27.5%. And also their finished fill elevations, which is required 15 feet around the structure, did not fully meet those requirements. So the driveway and patios proposed on the certificate of survey when the construction site application was submitted was 3,394 square feet, and the actual installed was 4,908 square feet, or a little more than 1,500 square feet over what was proposed. The entire lot is 901 square feet over what they are allowed. And the product that the applicant used, quote-unquote permeable pavers, which were not engineered and not recognized by the department as permeable, that accounted for 640 square feet of the 901 square foot excess. The second item of note, or why we're here tonight, is the finished fill. The surveyor did provide us with spot elevations around the structure, and those elevations do vary. In some places it's met, in some it's not, but the lowest corner, which is on the northwest side of the home, was 1.41 feet short or too low. The property is in the shoreline overlay of Lake Coronis in an R1 zoning district. The new house is in a 100-year flood hazard area, thus the 15-foot fill requirement. Coronis is on the impaired waters list for mercury and fish tissue. There is a new septic system that was installed in August of 2021. Paynesville Township, the city of Paynesville, Minnesota DNR, Coronis Lake Association, North Fork of the Crow River Watershed District, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request. And the alternatives would be to add fill to meet the requirement and remove impervious surface to bring the property back under 25%. I did have one letter of correspondence from the public that was in your packets, provided by Mr. Lee Omscheid. So that is part of the official record. I'm not going to read through that since you all have that. The applicant has that, and it will be entered as part of the official record. And with that, I will turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Applicant, anything you wish to say about your applicant as it stands? Anything you wish to say about your variance request?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you the story of how this all happened. I need to press that. Okay. So these things happen in phases, and what happened where this thing kind of got out of whack a little bit was in the patio in front. We submitted the plans, got the building permit, and we really didn't pay much attention to what was there. Then we actually got the house up and started building this patio, connecting the front of the house, and it ended up being bigger than what was on the plan. I had no knowledge of that at the time. This was just something that it just was off my radar, off our radar. So quite a bit more impervious was there than what was in the plan. And so by the time the driveway came, it kind of dawned on me that we could be coming close. I didn't know exactly where we were. So the driveway is terrible. It's terrible. We got to back out of the whole thing, and we wanted to make it a lot wider, a lot bigger, but we didn't because we knew we were close. So we really did try to comply with this thing once we found out that, geez, we used too much concrete up in front. So we were backing all the way out. I don't know if you can see on the survey, but the garage and there was no turnaround. So I inquired into the county about pervious pavers, and I just sent an email, and I think it's in your packet, the response, and that got off my radar too. And what I heard was that, okay, we don't need a building permit on this thing, so we started building. It turns out that that wasn't done completely in compliance with the ordinance. Should have been engineered, but it got done. It was done by a landscaper, and it was done according to the specs. We dug it 3 feet deep, and we did everything that it turns out that is required, but it hasn't been certified by the engineer. So I do think that's, would qualify as pervious, which would, reduce the percentage by, I think it was 640 square feet or something like that. Or it would reduce the impervious if that was applied. But instead of going through that in the engineering, I'm asking that, we just get granted a variance on this thing. It would, it would really, like I said, the driveway's terrible. I don't know how, if we had to remove those pavers, how we would turn around. I mean, it's just a poorly, well, I mean, we're just stuck with the land that we have, but it wasn't working very well. So that's why we put those pervious, and again, so that kind of explains how that impervious issue came to be. We were aware of it, the 25%, and we certainly tried to comply, and it turns out we did not. I'm unsure that if, and maybe Mr. Net knows, there's some of that on the outside of the lot out into the road it's got the, it's marked as concrete out there. I don't know if they're counting that in the calculations or not. Because that shouldn't be, as it's outside there. And do you know, Mr. Net?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Johnson, is it in the road right of way, or?
It is in the road. Yeah, so that exactly, that part.
Okay, so then it should not be counted. If it's
and I don't know if it is or not. It may be.
We'll look at his survey here.
I don't know exactly how many square feet that is, but
because typically anything in the right of way, we would not count the lot area or the impervious coverage in that road right of way.
Yeah, and I don't know specifically if that happened, if he counted that in. There's a calculation to the right there on the concrete, that 3873 number.
So I don't know if the surveyor counted that or not.
No, I don't know. Anyway, that's the story with that. On the grading thing, that was completely off our radar. We hired an excavator it got built up to the elevation, and that's not an issue. The house itself is fine. It falls off too fast, and that was just something that it certainly was not on my radar, and the excavator just sloped it that way. So I don't know that. I guess I'm unsure of why we even have that, or why it doesn't seem to affect anything. Is my point. So anyway, that's my story. So I'm hoping that I don't have to redo this.
Board members, questions for the applicant or staff?
Mr. Chair, Jill DeLong, question for staff. In the packet for the variance application number 4, where they're supposed to demonstrate how they minimized the degree of deviation, it got cut off. It says the elevation issue, we assumed that, and that's the entire description.
On my application?
Yeah, go to the next page.
Yeah, what page is that on?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Page 9, there's an answer to number 1 and an answer to number 4.
Oh, there's on, okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
I have a question for staff. In regard to the pavers, because they were not designed in an engineered plan, once pavers are installed like that, is it possible for an engineer to certify them as qualifying or not once they are done?
Mr. Chair, Member Mossman, I believe we gave the applicant that option to solicit the engineer to certify after the fact.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I can pipe in a little bit too. I did meet with Mr. Johnson and Commissioner Bertram on this issue in January. That was an option. However, it's very unlikely, and I explained this to the applicant, that it would meet the requirements because you need 3 foot of separation between groundwater. And there's a mound. So this is all floodplain. There's mounds everywhere. It's doubtful that it would meet the requirements. So that could be part of why he did this, went the variance route. But in the end, as I would said in January, I'd say today, if an engineer comes back and says it meets it, their license is the one that says it meets it. So that could still be an option, but I wouldn't count on it.
And just for clarification, the pavers that we're talking about are what when you drive up to the home, you've got the cemented out area, and then there was a small strip of pavers. That's the ones you were referring to. Is that correct?
I believe they're cross-hatched on the survey. Yeah, there's
kind of
the
that.
concrete's indicated by the
Yeah,
dots.
right there. That's
Yeah.
That's what I was envisioning. So
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you, Angie.
I have a question for an applicant. I mean, you met with staff and talked with staff and got information from staff, and yes, you disregarded all of it.
Not really. I think I was.
But it's not done. It's.
Yeah, you're right. Yep. I guess I latched onto the stuff that I wanted to latch onto, and what I came away with that was, I think it was just an email to Mr. Nat. I didn't meet with him. I met with Ms. Berg afterwards and trying to resolve this thing. So it was an email with Mr. Nat when I looked into that issue, and said we don't need a building permit, so that we went ahead. That's it. But we met with Ms. Berg afterwards. That was after this problem.
After everything came to an head. Is it just possible that you overbuilt on those 2 lots?
Well, no, I don't think so. I mean, it's.
But you can't legally. You can't.
It's really.
You can't meet the legal requirements to be there like that.
It's really close. I mean, obviously the building plan was 23 and a half, and it went. I mean, if you take the pervious out, we're at like, I think 25 and a half. So it's not, I mean, hopefully you guys consider that de minimis and but yes, it's significant, or slightly over.
Mr. Chair, question for staff. What kind of effort would be required? So if we said no to both of the variances, how much effort would be required for him to get into compliance? Like, does he have to rebuild the whole house or just add fill to the side of the house? Does he have to rip up all those pavers or just get an engineer to make sure that they're valid? What kind of effort is required?
Mr. Chair, Member DeLong, basically you would have to add fill in those areas that are short of the required elevation. And again, the lowest portion is in that northwest corner of the home where the property, makes a jog there. And then the hard surface would have to be removed to get to the point of, 24.99% or 901 square feet on the property.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be sure he wouldn't have to completely rebuild his house if we said no.
No, it's adding black dirt and removing concrete, basically.
And in regard to that conversation, I think if the house were smaller or built back further, it would have not caused this problem, but it's there. And by adding that at this point, I'm concerned about what problems it could cause for the neighboring property, because the elevation of the neighboring property is quite significantly lower. And if you add even more, I'm thinking of the drainage from this property to the neighbor's property maybe, we may be increasing the problem by, making him comply right now.
With the
If I may
fill is
respond
what
to
you're
that.
talking about, right?
Right.
Not
That it could-
necessarily pavers, but the
No,
fill.
I'm just talking about the fill around the outside of the house, that could cause a greater problem for the neighbor.
And I think the applicant wished to speak to that.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. I thought that there were 2 other letters that were submitted, but maybe they didn't. They indicated that they would because exactly that. They're aware the neighbor to the east was going to write that letter because you're right. That's it does. It's already significantly above that because of the elevation requirements, and then so it would affect their drainage, and they're fine with it as it's built now. But I think more fill in there might impact it more.
I have a question for staff. If we did ask to remove the stones, what would it get replaced with? Are we talking like seeding in with grass or what's?
Mr. Chair, Member Sherping, yeah, I mean, it's going to have to be green space. It would be turf grass or lawn grass, however you'd like to term that.
But it could be pervious pavers.
If they can be engineered to meet the requirements, it could be a permeable paver product, but as Angie indicated, it may be difficult with the water table in that location.
But replacing those with engineered pavers won't drop it below 25%.
It would. The department, again, if that product is engineered and then after it's installed, it also has to be certified by the engineer that it was constructed as designed. If it can meet all those requirements, we would recognize that as 100% permeable.
Mr. Chair, Dave, I think what Rob is saying is if the pavers all got converted to permeable, will that resolve the issue? Or is he still going to be over 25%?
300 square feet.
Correct. I'm sorry. Yep.
With permeable pavers.
Right. He'd still be right. Correct.
Any other questions? Hearing none, anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the variance request? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the variance request? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the variance request? So we have several options before us today. We can do 2 separate ones or all of them combined. What is one for the impervious lot coverage and one for the finished fill, or one for both of them? What is the wish of the board?
I'd prefer to do 2 findings of fact, one for each item.
Okay.
I agree.
Is that all right? Yep. Oh, okay. Starting for finding of facts, and this one's for the impervious lot coverage. It is proposed. Is the proposed use allowed in the zoning district in which a subject property is located? Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I just have a question yet for staff.
Mr. Chair, sorry, you didn't get a motion to close the public hearing.
Oh, you're right. Yep. Motion to close public hearing.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Bonnie?
I was just going to ask a question to staff that could be in the public hearing.
Retract the motion.
Seconded.
We can. Yep, go ahead.
The question for staff is, I know that the policy changed for how, if we wanted to recommend some stormwater mitigation, I don't remember what it is that we're doing. Do we just say they need to work with the county for stormwater mitigation? Is that what we say?
Member DeLong, typically when we have a request that exceeds lot coverage, we require an engineered stormwater plan. Again, because of the water table and the soils on the property, I think we just told Mr. Johnson not to invest that money in that. If you want to require a vegetative buffer of some sort, I guess, that's something you can entertain, and we could work with the applicant on that. But in terms of gaining any infiltration on the property, I think that's going to be difficult.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's try this again. A motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second? Anybody?
I'll second it.
Second from Jill. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, now going back. Is the proposed use allowed in the zoning districts in which the subject property is located, yes or no?
Can I have clarification? Is this on the fill or on the?
This one is in the lot coverage, the impervious lot coverage.
Yep,
Okay. Yep, next one will be on the fill.
Mr. Chairman, do we need to do the after the fact portion of it first?
Well, they're all considered. Yeah, they're all considered after the fact, these two.
Well, there's A, B, C, D, and E above the normal ones that we do.
That's just to keep that in mind.
Okay.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, Jill DeLong, I believe that having a driveway and patio and whatnot is allowed use in a residential zone.
Okay. Yes from Jill. Rob?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
And Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number one. Number two, is the variance in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls? Yes or no?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to say no.
Okay.
Exceeding the impervious cover, lot cover.
Okay. Jill?
You're not protecting the groundwater or the lake with that.
Jill?
I'll agree and say no.
Okay. Amy?
No.
Bonnie?
No.
Mike?
No.
No for number two. Number three, is the variance request consistent with the comprehensive plan?
Mr. Chair, Jill DeLong, I'm going to say no under Lakeshore Living Policies number 3 to discourage the alteration of natural shorelands and the creation of impervious surface in nearshore areas.
Okay. No from Jill. Rob?
No.
Amy?
Circle back.
Okay. Bonnie?
No.
Mike?
No.
Amy?
And I am a no.
Okay. No for number three. Number four, is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by an official control?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to say yes. It's his residence.
Okay. Yes from Rob. Jill?
Yes, I think that having a larger driveway in order to turn his cars around is a reasonable use.
Okay. Amy?
I am a yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
And Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number four. Number five, is applied to the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner? Yes or no?
Well, I'm going to say I believe it was created by the landowner from the design and placement of the house and placement of the driveway and the pavers. So it was designed that way by the landowner.
Okay. So it's a no from Bonnie. Jill?
I'm going to agree with a no.
Okay. Rob?
I agree. No.
Amy?
I'm a no.
Mike?
No.
Okay. No for number five. Number six, will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality? Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to say yes. There are other houses in the area.
Okay. Yes for Amy. Jill?
Similar driveways.
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
And Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number six. Number seven, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations. Yes or no?
Well, I don't believe that economics were part of this. It was just his desire to have a turnaround space.
Jill?
Yes.
Dave? Excuse me, not Dave. They're Rob.
Yes.
The misprint in here. Mike?
Yes.
Amy?
I'm a yes.
Okay. With there being no's in the answer for the questions, we would have to look for a denial motion for this variance request.
Mr. Chair, Jill DeLong, I move to deny the variance request for the difference in impervious coverage.
Okay.
And before we proceed, if he removes the pavers, he's still over. So does your motion then would include removal of other impervious surface to meet the 25%? Or is it strictly to the pavers?
Well, I think from my point of view, he just wants to leave it as is what his application for, and so I'm denying that. I don't know enough about all the other pervious parts of his property, so I think he could work on that with the county if he needed to identify anything else that could be changed.
And would that motion, is that what would work for the county? Okay. I just didn't know if it included some of that cement or not, because that's not.
Well, it
I
has
don't know.
to.
Yeah, that's what my question was, is it more than just the pavers?
Mr. Chair, if the variance is denied, then they need to come into compliance, and it will be up to the applicant to propose a plan for that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Motion from Jill on the floor. Second? Anybody?
I'll second it.
Second from Rob. Okay. Remaining votes. Amy? And this is approval for the denial, so it'd be a yes or no for that.
Yes.
Okay, yes from Amy. Bonnie?
Yes.
And Mike?
Yes.
Therefore, with the affirmative votes, the motion for the impervious lot coverage is denied. Moving to the finished fill after the fact.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So if you get one no on those, it's done.
Correct.
And there's not a question on there, is there any common sense involved with this at all?
The common sense would have been to do it right the first time.
No,
Yeah?
these happen.
Yeah, it would have.
No, I mean, this is absolutely
Just let's
ridiculous.
Move on to the next.
I met with staff and I said, hopefully the board will have common sense. I met with Bertram. Hopefully they'll
Mr.
have
Chair,
common
I don't
sense.
believe that the public
Been
commentary
any
is
discussion
open
about
anymore.
common sense at
Voted
all
and
here?
let's move
At
on to the
all?
next finding.
Right.
None.
Yep.
So I don't care what you do with my second request.
Okay.
Ridiculous.
Is that a removal of the, okay.
But we still need to have on that second one,
Yeah.
because if we don't, then the 90-day rule kicks in and he gets it.
So
Yeah,
we're
you
moving
need
on
to
with this
do the
then.
findings.
Okay.
You do the findings and vote.
Yep. All right. For the finished fill after the fact, is the proposed use allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located?
Mr. Chair, I believe that having a yard that's a reasonable elevation from your home to the edge of your property is allowed use in a residential zoning period.
Okay. Yes from Jill. Rob?
Yes.
Okay. Amy?
I'm a no.
Okay.
I feel like it was negligent on the applicants. I think he willingly knew.
Okay. Bonnie?
I'll say yes for the matter of, when we look at those after the fact questions and it says, is the value to the county greater than what, I don't know how it's worded, than the expense to the applicant. So I'm going to say yes on that one.
Okay. And then Mike?
Yes.
Okay. Is the variance in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official control, yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I believe that, yes, it would be in harmony, because it sounds like, from what I hear from other people who've been there, that the elevation, there's not a lot of space between the home and the edge of the property. It sounds like it's kind of a reasonable elevation change, where it might be worse for the neighbors if they did come up to compliance. So I'm going to say yes, it is in harmony.
Okay. Yes from Jill. Rob?
I'm going to say no, it's not in harmony.
Amy?
I'm going to say yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number 2. Number 3, is the variance request consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to say no. It could have actually met the setback requirements.
Okay. No from Amy. Jill? Do you want to circle back?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Rob?
No.
Bonnie?
I'm going to say yes for the fact that if we are doing damage to the neighbor by
denying.
Okay. Yes from Bonnie. Mike?
Yes.
And Jill?
So this is for question 3 about the comprehensive plan,
Correct.
correct? Okay, so I think that I'm going to say yes under living goals of number 3 to support housing options that give people in all life stages and of all economic means viable choices for safe, stable, and affordable homes.
Okay, that's a yes for number 3. Number 4 is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by an official control.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to say no. I mean, he could have met the setbacks. He knew what they were. I felt like he was negligent on his part.
Okay, no from Amy. Jill?
Well, and just a clarification, we're not necessarily looking at setbacks, but elevation of the fill added.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jill?
I think it is reasonable to have that kind of an elevation that close to the home with that short of a distance between it and the property line. So I'm going to say yes.
Okay, Rob?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Okay, yes for number 4. Number 5 is the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to say no. They had engineers and professional designers and everything that could have done it the right way to start with.
Okay. No from Rob. Amy?
I'm a no. I do feel like there was a desire for a certain look, and again, they did hire people to have it done correctly.
Okay, Jill?
I'm going to say no. They rebuilt everything. They had plenty of opportunity to be in compliance.
Okay. Bonnie? Want me to give you a second?
Yeah.
Mike?
No.
And I'm searching for a way to say yes because I don't want to do detriment to the neighbor.
Sure.
But if we're answering that question honestly, it's a no.
Okay. No from Bonnie for number 5. Number 6, will the variance maintain essential character of the locality? Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I would say yes, and that not having a variance might actually be the thing that reduces the neighborhood character if they have to impact the neighbor's yard.
Okay, yes from Jill. Rob?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
And Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number 6. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations, yes or no?
Mr. Chair, yes, I do believe it involves more than economic considerations. While he would have to pay money to add the fill, it does sound like there is impacts to the neighbor as well.
Okay, Rob?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
And Mike?
Yes.
So it's a yes for number 7. There being a question number 5 in the negative, I'd need a motion to deny the variance request for the finished fill.
Mr. Chair, Jill DeLong, I move that we deny the variance request for the elevation.
Okay, looking for a second?
I'll second it.
Second from Rob. The remaining votes, Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
All right, with the votes cast as they are, the motion for the variance request is hereby denied. We're getting close to that hour and a half. Do you want to take a break now or just follow through for a little bit yet? We'll go for a little bit yet? Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Yeah. Agenda item number 4, Jerry Kahns from JK Landscape Construction in Clearwater on behalf of Susan and Michael Scheel of Caryville, Texas on sections 5.12C3 and 10.211A 1A of Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to replace and expand a deck on a legal non-conforming residential dwelling located in the shore impact zone in less than 100 feet upward of the landward of the ordinary high water level of Eden Lake. Classified recreational development. Said ordinance does not allow additions or alterations to a non-conforming structure located wholly or partly within the shore impact zone and allows replacement but not expansion less than 100 feet landward of a lake classified recreational development. Affected property is lots 1 and 2, Block 1, Fetzer Shores, Section 23 in Eden Valley or Eden Lake Township, and the property address for this is 20597 162 Street, Eden Valley. And applicants and to your request, or excuse me, state your name and address for the public record, please.
Jerry Cones, 19512 Hubble Road, Clearwater.
Okay.
So Connie Golot.
Okay. And members of the board who was able to visit, Mike?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
I was. Amy?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And Jill?
No.
Okay.
And I also would like to indicate in the record that I did have a conversation with the owner, and they just explained to me what they planned on doing there.
Okay, perfect. And staff to your report.
Sorry. I'm so used to a touch screen and I don't have that here. So, the applicants purchased lots 1 and 2, Block 1 of Fetzer Shores in September of 2015. Fetzer Shores was platted in 1988. The combined lot size is 2.75 acres per the submitted certificate of survey. The existing conditions, the home and the deck were constructed in 1970, and that was prior to the adoption of official controls. The existing house is 47 feet, or actually the deck on the lake side of the house is 47 feet landward of Eden Lake, putting it in the shore impact zone, within that impact zone of 50 feet. So the applicants are proposing to replace the existing 12 by 33 deck, and they wish to expand it to 25 by 33, basically doubling it in size. The ordinance allows for replacement of that existing deck because it was built before the official controls, but not expansion. The expansion is what's triggering the need for the variance. The existing deck is 75.3 feet landward of the ordinary high water level. This expansion will occur further landward. It's not going to be any closer to the lake. And because the crawl space in the home does not meet the minimum required flood protection elevations, any additions or alterations to that structure can exceed 50% of the market value, is determined by our county assessor. And that's over the lifetime of the structure. So if the proposed additions or alterations of the structure exceed 50% of the market value, then the entire structure would have to be brought into compliance with the floodplain standards, just like if they were building a new home. And if the variance were granted, the project would take up all but $9,520 of their 50% allowance of that market value. The property is located in an R10 zoning district, but it is considered residential 1 because it's less than 5 acres in size. It is within the Shoreland Overlay District, of course, of Eden Lake, which is a recreational development lake, and within the 100-year flood hazard area. Eden Lake is on the impaired waters list for mercury in fish and excessive nutrients. The septic system has been certified and it was compliant. That was done in March of 23. The proposed impervious lot coverage is a mere 5.3%. One alternative to the request would be to replace the existing deck as is, as is allowed in the state law, which again would not need a variance. Eden Lake Township, the city of Eden Valley, Sauk River watershed, DNR and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of the request. And I did not receive any correspondence for this request, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Applicants, to your request.
What was the
Yep.
question? Sorry.
Yep, go ahead. You can talk about what you want to talk about at the variance.
Oh, I guess the Shields are just looking at kind of adding an outdoor living feature. I mean, obviously a lot nicer than what they have currently. If I remember correctly, the only hiccup was the distance from the OHW, from the house to the OHW. I know David just mentioned the alternative would be replacing the deck as is where is, but that would still be, you know, within that measurement. So I mean, that's really not going to matter much there. But anyway, they're just looking to you know, spruce it up a little bit and have an area where they can sit out and enjoy. So the other side of the house, they're not, you know, lakeside, where they're not trying to propose to do anything. So.
Right.
I have a question.
There's another thing that's sad. So this survey is the new survey, but when we originally went out there, the applicants gave us the old survey. So obviously the shoreline has eroded away because on the old survey we had an extra 2 feet, but the shoreline has obviously eroded away with time. So that's a sad situation there. Because if the shoreline wouldn't have eroded away, we wouldn't need to be here today.
All right, board members now for questions. Amy?
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Just to clarify, do you represent J&K Landscaping?
Yes.
You guys are the owners?
I am, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for the contractor. What's the deck made out of?
It's a normal deck. It's wood frame structure with a maintenance-free decking product.
But what's the actual deck? It's not cedar or
maintenance-free product.
okay.
So
Okay. And then what's under? What will be underneath the deck?
I think we have river rock maybe underneath this one, fabric and rock.
Okay.
And I have a question for staff. When we're talking about that, you know, coming close to that half or that 50% value, does that count for just solely new construction, or let's say in a few years from now they need to, because that's the lifetime of it, they need to put a new roof on the house, and that's over $1,000, you know, over than whatever their balance is.
Right, Member Mossman, good point. So it is over the lifetime of the structure, and alterations or additions factor in. So they have, you know, a little over 9,000 left. If the structure was struck by lightning or some other reason of peril, they most likely would be starting over.
All right. I just brought that up because I wanted to, you know, make sure that that they were aware of that could impact what could happen in the future, as you said, if they had a fire, if they had lightning or something.
Yeah, I believe that's been communicated to the owners, yeah.
But that value you said was current market value.
Right.
So next year it could be, no?
Yep.
Mr. Chair, it goes from based on today, right? So the
Right.
market value doesn't they don't keep gaining thousands every year, even though the market value might go up.
But if you can only do 50% of the market value, the market value changes.
So, Mr. Chair,
Or is that number locked in now?
members of the board, so if the variance were granted and a permit was issued, the permit's going to state how much they have left in terms of their allowance.
So regardless of what the value of the actual
Correct.
structure
So
goes to, they're
if the
still
structure
bound by
increases in value, they're still left
2023.
with the 95, whatever number
Right.
is
Okay.
here.
I have a question for staff. You had said there was 2 surveys done, correct?
Well, there was the original.
Do you know when the original one was done, and do we have a copy of that?
No, it was like an old yellow paper one.
I don't have receipt of that survey.
Rob Spitzley had that sent to him, I think, at one point.
But since we did the new updated survey, we didn't bring it today.
I don't think that matters much anymore at that point, the old one, right?
It doesn't. We're working off of, and
What's existing now.
Connie's right. I mean, we do experience shoreline erosion and people lose land. That's just the facts of things, and that could entirely be true.
And then I do have a question for you guys as a landscaper. I know he wanted to leave that tree there. Is that going to cause any issues long-term with replacing a deck?
For the tree or for the deck or
For both. I mean, are we going to have issues with roots and all that underneath the foundation or of the deck and that?
No, there's an existing deck out there right now.
Right.
And we just cut around the tree like what they have existing now. And it's a mature tree too. It's not like a little sapling that's going to be growing a lot.
I have a question for anybody who knows the answer. Is this seasonal or is this going to be year-round?
The home?
Yes.
I think they always been using it as seasonal. I think they winter in Texas, south somewhere.
And I would concur when I talked with the owner, the day I was out there, that's what they indicated to me, that they were in Texas and here. They split their time between the 2 locations.
I had that same conversation.
Any other questions? Hearing none, anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the request? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the request? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the request? Hearing none, looking for a motion to close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to close the hearing.
Motion from Amy,
I'll second.
second from Jill. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion does carry. Now moving to the finding of facts. Number 1, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning districts in which the subject property is located, yes or no?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to say yes. It's R1, the house.
Okay.
With a deck.
Yep, yes from Rob. Jill? Yes. Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes, for number 1, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls, yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I have a question for either staff or the applicant. So is the existing deck is further away from the lake, and so the proposed deck will be closer to the lake? Is that correct or no?
Same spot. They start at the same spot on the house.
Okay.
So we're not getting any closer to the lake.
It's just bigger.
Towards the road.
Okay. Then I believe that yes, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls. It's a very small deviation from what the ordinance is, which is 50 feet. They want it to be 47 feet. Shoreline erodes. I think it's a small enough deviation that it is in harmony.
Okay, that's a yes from Jill. Rob?
Yes.
Amy?
Circle back.
Okay. Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
All right.
I'm going to say no, it does not meet the setbacks.
Okay. Yes for number 2. Number 3, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to say a yes, referring to Lakeshore Living Goals 1 and 2.
Okay. Yes from Amy. Jill?
Circle back, please.
Okay. Rob?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
All right. Amy? You said yes, right? Jill?
I'll be a yes.
Yes, for number 3. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to say yes, we do allow for replacement of decks. It is old, so it does need to get replaced.
All right.
I have a question. I don't know if I can interrupt, but I do
Yep.
have my computer here, and I know I just thought of it. I do have the old map on there, so I could pull it up and show you guys how the shoreline has eroded away. Would that be helpful or no?
I believe you.
Yeah, we're good.
And
Or
I
is there-
don't think it's going to be an issue.
Yeah,
You know,
no,
that
but
would
yeah.
make a difference
Yeah.
in how we just decide.
Jill?
Is this number 4?
Yeah.
Yes.
Rob?
I'm going to say yes. Even with doubling the size, there's still going to be only just 5% of the impervious cover.
Bonnie?
I'm going to say yes because they're not encroaching on the lake at all.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number 4. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to say yes, and I'm going to go off that old survey and the new one because at one point it was there. So
All right, a yes from Amy. Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number 5. Number 6, the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no?
I would say yes. It's not really going to change the locality. It's going to actually enhance the neighborhood.
Okay, Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Amy?
yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number 6. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations, yes or no?
I would say yes. It's the use of their property is what they're looking for, greater use. So I would say yes.
Hey, yes from Bonnie. Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
All right, that's a yes for number 7. So all questions being answered in the affirmative, looking for a motion to approve the variance request.
I'll make a motion to approve the request.
Okay, motion from Amy.
I'll second.
Second from Bonnie. All right, the remaining votes, Jill,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
and Mike.
Yes.
All right, the variance has been, as requested, has been granted. Any questions, please contact staff during regular business hours.
Thank you for your time.
And so the board will stand in recess for 5 minutes. That's a little interesting. And he's a lawyer in Painesville, too.
Thank you.
about you, but I feel better.
Yeah.
Get them on the ladder.
Didn't get all this field work done?
No, he's got everything worked up and stuff, and he's gonna, I think, he was working on the planter today and starts planting tomorrow, I think, as long as it doesn't rain.
The board is back from recess, and we will start this session with agenda item number 5, which is in after the fact request from sections 9.99A, 1, 9.911, and 10.211A of the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to leave as constructed a single-family residential dwelling and associated driveway in an R1 zoning district at 29.4% lot coverage. Also, to leave as constructed a deck ahead of the established building line 56.5 feet landward of an ordinary high water level of Augusta Lake, classified as recreational development, and 5.5 feet from a property or a side property line. Said ordinance allows a maximum lot coverage of 25% in an R1 zoning district and requires structures to be placed behind an established building line or 100 feet landward of a lake establishes recreational development and a minimum of 10 feet from a side property line. So applicant, if you can state your name and address for the public record, please.
Rick Schmidt, 2691 Arrowwood Road, South Haven.
Okay, thank you. Board members who were able to do a site visit, Mike?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
I was. Amy?
No.
Rob?
Yes.
And Jill?
No.
Okay, environmental service staff, to your report.
The applicant owns Lot 17 of Coe's Augusta Shores, which was platted in 1956. It's an R1 zoning district. According to the certificate of survey provided by the applicant, it has a lot area of 19,630 square feet. The applicant purchased the property in the year 2020. He obtained a variance on December of 21 and a construction site permit in December of 21 to construct a new dwelling on the property. For that permit, he was required to remove a portion of his existing concrete driveway to obtain the permit, which he did, and we have pictures in the packet of that. Environmental services staff went out to perform a re-inspection in December of 22 and found that the concrete that had been removed was replaced and possibly expanded, and then the deck that was permitted on the home was built larger than the existing deck. And so by building the deck larger, it made it too close to the property line and ahead of the established building line. So the existing deck on the old house was 12 by 16, and it was constructed on the house prior to official controls, and it was going to be replaced as is on the new dwelling. He was just going to remove it and put it back on the new home. So the new deck is 639 square feet. The old deck was 192 square feet. And again, it's ahead of the building line, and it's only 5.5 feet from the side property line. The applicant has provided an engineered stormwater plan designed by a licensed professional engineer, and it's been reviewed by the department staff and has gained approval at this point. The property is in the flood hazard area and the shoreline overlay of Lake Augusta, which is a recreational development lake. Augusta is on the list of impaired waters for nutrients. The septic system has been certified compliant in July of 2020. The impervious lot coverage at this point is 29.4%. So alternatives to the request would be to remove the impervious again back to 24.9 under that 25% threshold and reduce the deck down to the dimensions of the previously allowed deck, the 12 by 16. Fairhaven Township, Clearwater River Watershed District, Lake Augusta Association Minnesota Department of Natural Resources and owners within 500 feet have been notified of the request. I did receive correspondence this morning, which was not forwarded on to you, so I'll read through that. It's from Jack Gleason, the Lake Augusta president of the Lake Association. It was addressed to admin staff. Brenda, I did not know where the property was located on the lake. I asked owners on the road about the variance. They said that the previous owners asked for a variance and did not abide by the variance. Did anyone look at the work? Did they have erosion control in place? If they did not comply with their variance, why was not anything done to change what was done? How many times will you let more variances given to the property again? I do erosion control inspection reports at my work and have not seen any erosion control at that location in the past. I'm the erosion control inspector for the city that I work at and have to report my inspections weekly or after half-inch rainfall. Can you pass any of them on to me to see what you have done? One property owner said, seeking forgiveness after the fact seems to be the new normal. Who is going to watch over this project? Why do they need another variance for property that cannot fit on the area? Please pass this on to the county. Thank you. If you need to contact me, feel free to call. And that's again by the Lake Augusta president of the association, Jack Gleason. And that is all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right, applicant, anything you wish to say about your request?
When we built this, we were in a time crunch, and everything we were going to do. Okay. And with everything we were going to do, we had to get it done for the bank to close on it. With the two variances that we had, we got set back in for 3 months. Well, then when it come time to get the house done, we were doing everything we told the bank we were going to do, and we did it, which I forgot about. Lot coverage part, and now I'm kind of in a bind here, but talked to a few people at the county on what possibly to do, and that's when I got the engineered plan from the who was it again? It was well, that engineered plan you have right up there. And I guess they told me that, you know, in this case, if it's over, this will make up for the overage on the lot.
Board members, any questions for the applicant or staff?
Sure, Mr. Chair. Question for staff. So the impervious lot coverage of 29.4%, that includes the deck at its current size, or is that just the house not considering the deck?
Mr. Chair, Member DeLong, that's going to be the existing conditions. That's the new deck.
Okay. And then the square feet of the deck, like if they made the deck back to the dimensions of the pre-existing deck, would that reduce the impervious lot coverage below the 25% or no?
I should have known you were going to ask that.
Question.
Yeah, very good question. Because I don't have the overage here. I'll have to do the math here.
I have a question for the applicant. What is the deck made out of? What material are we talking? Like wood? Is it plastic?
It is made out of pressure treated wood.
Okay.
I have a question for the applicant, as long as the staff's working on that other question. Why did you need a variance to begin with? Or two variances?
The first variance we got was just for, I guess, a remodel. And then when we started remodeling, when I started tearing into it, we found that the whole structure on the rim joist and all that was all rotted out, which I had took pictures, sent it to you guys, and then they said, well, I'll have to do another variance. So then I did another variance, came back.
And that variance was to build new?
To build new.
Okay.
Yep.
Rather than replace what you had?
Yep, which wouldn't have made sense because it was all rotted. And then, and then we had to stop for 3 months while we waited to come back to get that approved.
And question for the applicant, I kind of know you alluded to it a little bit, but if you could expand on a little bit. You removed the required portion of the driveway, so you were aware that that needed to be removed. Why was it replaced?
Because that was part of the original plan, and I already had people lined up, and honestly, just with building the deck and getting everything done, I did it and forgot, and then now I'm paying for it. Yeah, I know.
Another question for the applicant. When you take your building plans, you got to take those to the bank too, right? To show them what you're going to build?
Yes.
And yet, at that point, you should have known that you couldn't build three times the deck 3 times as large as what you
I had a couple different plans.
Okay.
So most of them were all the same, but some are different, and we're trying to get a loan on it and showed them what the plans were, and they came out, and that's what we were going off of.
Mr. Chair, I got the math. So the existing deck is 447 square feet larger. He's 871.5 square feet over total. And so if the deck was reduced to what he was allowed, he'd still be over 424.5 square feet.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the other question on the other side of it is if that cement were, just that cement were removed and the deck was left as is, would that put them under the 25%?
No, it would not.
No, okay. So doing one or the other would not bring them under, okay.
Correct.
Mr. Chair, question for staff. Can we look at the aerial photo? And then just because I understand part of the variance is based on the established building line. I think it's the one there. Yep, that one. So, knowing that they all curve, trying to keep that in mind, how far does the new deck extend? Is it on this aerial photo or?
Mr. Chair, Member DeLong, I have a line on the certificate of survey showing that. I will get the page for you here shortly. I drew a line across on the certificate of survey. It's going to be page 13.
What? The front, you're asking front to back, right? Okay.
Angie has it up on the screen.
Thank you.
Well,
Lake would be on that
oh,
side.
yep. The back, I would have there. Yep, there you go, yep. That's better, yep. Lake, so that, yep.
Lake.
I believe that.
And so then for this currently existing deck, is it normal height railings, or is it taller height railings, or like a lattice or anything? I'm just wondering if it impacts the neighbors to the right, their view of the lake.
It don't.
No.
I didn't visit the site, so I don't know.
I didn't think it is.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Although we weren't up there having a barbecue or a beer or anything, so.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes you gotta test that, I don't know. Other questions? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the request? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the request? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the request? With that, then, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to close the meeting.
Motion from Amy. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Second from Jill. All those in favor of closing the public hearing say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And so we have several options here. We can do the impervious lot coverage after the fact. We can do the after the fact for the deck, or we can do both combined.
I feel like they're tied together, and I would probably vote the same way for both of them.
I would agree.
Okay.
I agree.
So do both. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So the reminder: this is for the impervious lot and the deck, all in one. Is the proposed use allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located? Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, having a home, a driveway, and a deck is allowed in a residential area.
Yes from Jill. Rob?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number one. Number two, is the variance in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to say no with the over the impervious cover by that much in ahead of the sight line and too close to the side boundary.
Okay, no from Rob. Jill?
I'm going to say yes. I feel like by seeing that drawing of the sight line, it's a small corner of the deck, and it is a curved shoreline. So from my point of view, I don't feel like that that's too much. And I do understand that for the impervious portion, they are getting an approved stormwater or engineered stormwater plan. I feel like that helps mitigate the overage of the impervious. So I'm going to say yes.
Okay, yes from Jill. Amy?
I'm a yes.
Bonnie?
Say yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number two. Number three, is the variance request consistent with the comprehensive plan?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to say no under the Lakeshore Livings number 3 and number 8.
Okay, no from Rob. Jill?
I'm going to say Lakeshore Living Policies number 6, yes, because we're expanding the mitigation requirements by having the engineered storm plan, and that's for projects requesting to vary from lake setbacks and reduce erosion, which I believe that the impervious percentage relates to. So yes.
Yes from Jill. Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number three. Number four, is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by an official control?
Mr. Chairman, I might be out of order, but we're not addressing the fact that he's too close to the property line.
We didn't discuss that, did we?
I thought that was they constructed the building in the same footprint, and the previous building was that distance from the property line. That was my understanding. That's not correct?
Not correct.
Okay.
The pre-existing deck met the property line setbacks. The new one does not.
Oh, so it's not the home that doesn't meet the setbacks. or the property line setback, it's the deck that doesn't meet the property line setback.
I don't believe the home does either. I'd have to look at the survey, but that was granted on a prior variance.
Do you want me to look at the survey quick, or?
So there's actually 3 issues. We combined 2 of them, but there's a third one.
This variance was already approved on the last time I was here for building the house and everything. And that's the same layout on that side that was already there.
Mr. Chair, Member DeLong, the previous variance approved the house 7.9 feet from the property line. The deck, however, met the property line setback. The new deck was constructed and is only 5.5 feet now from the line.
And staff, if they could give me some clarification on that first variance, wasn't construction started before the variance was approved? Am I recalling that correctly?
I did not work on the first variance.
Okay.
There was 2 previous variances.
Okay, because I remember going out on the site visit and seeing that the construction had started before the meeting happened, but just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
That was on the second one.
On the second one?
Because we got okay to start, and then we had to go back, and we kept continuing because it was considered a new build. For the first one was the remodel permit.
Yeah, I believe the first one was constructing on the existing foundation, and then you found that the foundation wasn't adequate to support it. So then he came back for a second variance for a new foundation.
Okay, thank you.
If we look at the aerial photo, and looking at that property line and how far away the home is for that neighboring property, it's significantly farther away. If it were right there and we needed that 10 feet on both sides for safety, I would be a much stronger no. But because there is that extra space there, I feel like there's wiggle room.
Is that a yes?
Well, he was.
I was just
Oh,
bringing
yeah,
up
yeah,
that
in
issue.
general,
I
yep.
didn't-
I don't remember what question
We're on
we're
number 4.
Correct.
So, Mr. Chair, just to be clear, you have 3 combined into this one. Okay, property line, impervious, and the setback for the deck. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm gonna say yes.
Okay, yes from Amy. Jill?
I'm going to say yes because we're considering those A, B, C, D, E questions at the top. The construction's already completed. I feel like there's a good distance between the edge of the new deck and any buildings on the neighboring property, so I don't know that the county's benefits are outweighed by the burden, and he's already doing the stormwater thing, so I'm going to say yes, it is a reasonable manner.
Okay, yes from Jill. Rob?
Which one are we on?
Number 4.
Number 4? I'm gonna. No.
Okay.
It's not a reasonable manner. He's done everything he was told he couldn't do. He's built too close to the property line. He tore up the driveway and refilled the driveway. And he built the deck 3 times as large as it was supposed to be. So that's not reasonable. Ahead of the building line.
No from Rob. Bonnie?
No.
Mike?
Yes.
So that is a yes for number 4. Number 5, the plight of the landowner due to the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner.
Mr. Chairman, every one of the 3 variance requests is due to the landowner's negligence.
Okay. So no from
No.
Rob. Jill?
No.
Amy?
No.
Bonnie?
No.
Mike?
No.
Okay. No for number 5. Number 6, will the variance maintain essential character locality?
Mr. Chair, Jill DeLong, I don't believe that having a larger deck or larger driveway is going to change the neighborhood's character, so that's a yes.
Okay. Rob?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number 6. And number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations, yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I don't believe economics were discussed, so yes.
Okay. Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
And Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number 7. Since there was a no for number 5, we would need to look for a denial for this request.
Mr. Chair, Jill DeLong, I move that we deny the after-the-fact request.
Okay, a motion from Jill,
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that.
second from Rob. Remaining votes, Amy,
Yes.
Bonnie,
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
All right, with those votes as counted, the motions, this variance combined is denied, but please do come back to Environmental Services and work with staff, and we'll see what we can go from there. All right, moving to number 6. I know. If I butcher your last name, I'm sorry. Yeah. A request from James and Sarah. Is it Rabideau? Rabideau. Oh, we were so close. So close. All right. From Rogers, Minnesota, section 9.99A1 of the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to construct a new residential dwelling on an existing foundation less than 10 feet from a side property line in an R1 zoning district. Said ordinance requires structures to be placed a minimum of 10 feet from a side property line in an R1 zoning district. And that affected property is Lot 7, Block 2 of the Highland Terrace in Avon Township, and the property address is 33728 Highland Terrace in Avon, Minnesota. And if I can get your names and address for the record, please.
Sarah and James Rabideau.
Green light on. There you go. Yep.
Right. Sarah and James Rabideau. Our current address is 12320 Buckthorn Trail, Rogers, Minnesota, but we're moving to Avon, so that will be our current address in Avon.
All right, thank you very much. And then board members who are able to attend or visit the site, Mike?
Yes.
Bonnie? Yes. I was. Amy?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And Jill? No. Okay, we have that. And staff to report, please.
The applicants own Lot 7, Block 2 of Highland Terrace, which was platted in 1963, obviously prior to official controls. The property is in an R1 zoning district. The lot size per the submitted certificate of survey is 19,897 square feet or 0.46 acres. The existing home and attached garage was constructed in 1976, and there was a valid construction permit for that structure. Per the submitted certificate of survey, the dwelling's 137 feet landward of the lake, and the existing impervious lot coverage is 14%. However, it's 9 feet 7 inches from the south property boundary. So the applicants are wishing to construct a new dwelling, deck and attached garage, with a structure footprint of 2,192 square feet. The existing foundation is proposed to be reused for the new home. And because they're expanding by adding a story and a deck, it's considered an expansion. It's not an exact replacement, and that's why they're here. They could replace the existing home right where it is, but that's not going to satisfy their needs, so they're wanting to build larger. They do have a letter from a professional engineer regarding evaluating the existing foundation for suitability of the new construction. He did only evaluate the visible above grade portions of the foundation. And I think it's important to note that if they start the construction process and they find that, you know, the subgrade foundation is not sufficient, if it's, you know, compromised in any way, and they would have to construct an entirely new foundation, then they're going to need to relocate the home to meet the 10-foot setback. The structure otherwise proposed meets all the other required setbacks. The property is in the shoreline overlay of Middle Spunk, and that's classified a general development lake. It's in the R1 zoning district. They have submitted a preliminary septic design, but the final design and the final sizing of the septic system have not been determined. Their licensed septic designer indicates that a future variance request may be needed for the soil treatment area from the lake setback. One alternative to the request would be to replace the structure as is where is, which is again allowed by state statute. That's obviously not what they're wanting to do here. Another alternative would be to construct the home on a new foundation and then position the home that would meet the 10-foot side property line setback. Avon Township, the City of Avon, Avon Area Lakes Association, DNR, and owners within 500 feet have been notified. I did get a letter from a member of the public, which should be in your packets. So I don't see a need to read that. It'll be entered into the official record. And with that, I'll return it to you, Mr. Chair.
All right, applicants, anything you wish to say about your variance request?
Yeah, I'll just kind of tell you a little bit about our thought process on this. We've been looking for a house for the last couple of years. We have 2 little boys, and we want to move back to the area. My husband's originally from Avon. This house is actually only 4 houses away from his mom right now, so we'll be right next to Grandma, which will be really nice. When we first looked at the house was completely gutted, so there's nothing. We bought it as is. They were going to renovate it, but then they realized how much money and time that was going to cost them to do that before sale, so we bought it as is with nothing inside. So we knew that we had to do a lot of renovations with it. We first met with an architect and walked him through it, and when we started talking about the size and the space that we needed, my husband works from home, I'm a teacher, we have 2 little boys, summers can be very loud, so we knew we needed more space. So we decided to go up because we were told that was the easiest thing to do, and we wanted to use as much of the house as possible to save construction and all that kind of stuff. So we went up, and so we're adding 2 bedrooms upstairs for our boys. And I think the only issue we see here is that it's 5 inches too close to the neighbors. But we are keeping the foundation, we're keeping everything the same, we're just going up. Anything you want to add to that?
No, you're right as usual. So,
all right, board members, any questions, comments for applicants or staff?
I have a question for the applicants. The new footprint is 400 square feet larger. Where does that come from?
the deck in the front, there's no deck currently on the property.
The deck on the lake side.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
I guess I have a question for staff. Why are they going to need a variance for the septic? Or more than likely? Is it based on the, I mean, it can't be based on the size of the house because they're going up rather than out.
Right. I'm looking for the site plan here. It's just so the septic system will actually be between the proposed home and the lake.
Right.
This is only a 75-foot setback for the home. So the home is considerably further back from the lake than the required setback. And Angie has up the site plan. You know, I'm just going off of the notes that were provided by the licensed septic designer. And he indicates because of that location and having to meet the tank setbacks, you know, from the deck, the soil treatment area has to be 20 feet from the home. So that's kind of pushing it closer to the lake than what's
Our current
What's
septic
required?
is in that location. And so, and our front yard's pretty narrow. And so that's where we were looking at the backyard still, because that's where the current one is.
So basically replacing it in the same
Yeah.
location.
Any other questions? Hearing none, anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the request? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the request? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the request? Hearing none, looking for a motion to close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to close.
Motion to close from Rob. Anyone second?
I'll second it.
Second from Amy. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Moving to our finding of facts now. Number one, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning districts in which the subject property is located. Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, Jill DeLong, having a home on an R1 is allowed.
Okay. Yes from Jill. Rob?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
And Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number one. Number two, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls. Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, Jill DeLong, I believe, yes, it is in harmony. It's only a 5-inch deviation, so I believe that it's within reasonable accommodation.
Rob?
I'm going to say yes because they're going off the footprint of the existing home.
Amy?
I'm a yes.
Bonnie?
I'm a yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Great. Yes for number two. Number three, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I'm a yes. I do believe it falls under accessory dwelling unit policy number 1. Accessory dwelling unit policies support a mixed housing that are appropriate for each zoning district.
This isn't an accessory housing
Oh.
unit, though.
Encouraging new homes. A living goal, sorry, number 4.
There you go. Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
George, or excuse me, George's gone. Mike? All right, yes for number three. Number four, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner. Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I'm a yes. They are building on the original structure, knowing that if that doesn't work, that you guys will be going to a different plan.
Okay, yes from Amy. Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number four. Number five, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner. Yes or no?
I'm going to say yes because of the current location of the foundation. And actually that's in protection of the lake, that's probably a good thing that they don't need to do a lot of digging and new construction by using the existing foundation.
All right, yes from Bonnie. Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number five. Number six, the variance if granted maintains the essential character of the locality. Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I'm a yes. There are other homes that are close by that.
Okay, yes from Amy. Jill?
Yes.
Rob? Yes. Bonnie?
Yes.
Yes.
Mike? All right, yes for number 6. Number 7, the variance involves more than economic considerations, yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I'm a yes. I believe economics were not discussed.
Okay, yes from Amy. Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
All right, all 7 questions being answered in the affirmative, looking for a motion to approve the variance request.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
All right, motion from Mike. Anybody wishing to second that?
I'll second it.
Second from Amy. Remaining votes, Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
All right, all those questions and votes being in the affirmative, the variance request as requested is approved. Any questions, please see staff during regular business hours. Thank you. All right, now moving on to item number 7, request from Rod Gherkin of A Plus Custom Homes of Cold Spring on behalf of Yellow Properties LLC of Richmond from section 9.91A 3 of Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to construct a new residential dwelling less than 63 feet from the center line of Frostview Court, classified a township road. Said ordinance requires structures to be set back a minimum of 63 feet from the center line of the township road. Affected property, Lot 5, Cedar View, Zimwaldi's Lake, Section 29, Wakefield Township. Property address is 18219 Frostview Court of Cold Spring, Minnesota. And then the representative name and address for the public record, please.
Rod Gherkin, 2109 Lois Lane, Cold Spring, Minnesota.
Okay, thank you. Any board members questioning if you visited the site? Mike?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
I did. Amy?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And Jill?
No.
Okay. With that, staff to your report, please.
Property owners purchased Lot 5 of Cedar View just last fall, September 2022. That Cedar View was platted in 1956 prior to official controls, and that property is located in an R1 zoning district. The lot size per the submitted certificate of survey is 15,360 square feet, or 0.35 acres. The existing residential dwelling unit and deck is 1,291 square feet, and that was constructed in 1972. Per their survey, the deck is approximately 88 feet landward of the ordinary high water level of Zumwalt Lake, and the current impervious lot coverage is 17.7%. That existing house is 76 feet from the center line of the Frostview Court as traveled. The applicants are proposing a new residential dwelling, deck, and attached garage. That structure footprint is 3,480 square feet. The original proposal was to replace it in that same location, and that would have triggered a variance request from the lake setback. And so in talking with environmental services staff, they adjusted the house location to move it back further off the lake and instead request variance from the road setback instead of the lake setback. This proposed home meets all the other minimum required setbacks. The property, as I said, was in a R1 zoning district. They do have a preliminary septic design that's been submitted by a licensed designer. And this proposed impervious lot coverage for the new structure is 22.9%. One alternative to the request would be to downsize the structure to meet the minimum required setback. Wakefield Township, the Sauk River Watershed District, both Cold Spring and Richmond City, Sauk River Chain of Lakes Association, DNR, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified. I did get a letter from Wakefield Township in support of the request, and you guys have that in your packets. That's the only correspondence I received, and so it's all yours, Mr. Chair.
All right. Representative, if you want to talk about the variance request as it stands.
You pretty much went over everything. I don't really have much to add.
Okay. Board members, requests for information, comments, concerns to staff or the representative.
Mr. Chair, question for the representative. Looking at the plot, there is one of the maps that shows the building envelope that meets all of the distance requirements. Yes, that one. So to me, that looks like a very good sized building envelope in that blue box. What extenuating circumstances are there that it needs to be outside of it?
What happened was it all met all the setbacks and everything, but then we wanted to add a deck on the back, and to put the deck on after the fact. That's why we're going for this variance, to go closer to the road. The road is it's publicly maintained road. Not saying that makes it any different, but it is less concern, I would say. So,
question for staff. Privately maintained road.
privately, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Privately, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those roads that Wakefield Township, they don't maintain because it doesn't meet their road standards. It's still a town road, but yeah, it's privately maintained.
Any other questions? Hearing none, anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the request? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the request? Please come up to the podium. State your name and address first for the public record, and then, yep, you can say what you wish. No, up to that one right there.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, no worries, no worries.
My name's Lois Gherkin, 21903 Lois Lane.
Okay.
Cold Spring.
Yep.
The only thing I was going to say is regarding that road, is my belief that the road was put in the wrong spot when they put the road in. Is that correct? And then if that's what the letter from Wakefield states, that if it was in the correct place, this would meet more of the road right away, if I'm correct. That's all I.
That's what the letter said.
You're right.
I guess that's what Wakefield alluded to in their letter, which isn't all uncommon.
Yeah. Thank you so much. All right, anybody else wishing to speak? Hearing none, looking for a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion from Bonnie. Anyone wishing to second that?
I'll second it.
Second from Mike. All those in favor of closing the public hearing say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Now moving to our finding of facts. Number one, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning districts in which the subject property is located, yes or no?
Mr. Chair, Amy Shervin, yes, R1 does allow it.
Okay, yes from Amy. Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number one. Number two, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls, yes or no?
Mr. Chair, Jill DeLong, with that letter from the township, and they're saying that the distance of the road, it was put in the wrong spot, I believe that, yes, it is in harmony.
Okay, yes from Jill. Rob?
I'm going to say yes, plus the fact that they moved the house back away from the water.
Okay, yes from Rob. Amy?
I'm a yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number two. Number three, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no?
I'm going to say yes. Under Lakeshore Living, number 1, where it says to limit the impact of additional shoreland development, and by moving the house back, they did do that.
Okay, yes from Bonnie. Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes, I also feel that it falls under living goals. Number 1 and number 3.
Okay. Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number 3. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner. Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I'm a yes. They are clearly avoiding the setback to the lake, and the county is in support of them with the road not being correct.
Or township, right?
Or township.
Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike? Yes for number 4. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner. Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, Jill DeLong, I'm going to say no. I feel like there is a very decent-sized building envelope here, and they just wanted a bigger house. So I'm going to say no, it is due to the applicant.
Okay. Rob?
I'm going to say no. I agree with Jill.
Okay. Amy?
I'm going to say yes because I do feel that the driveway is unique in the township.
Okay. Bonnie?
I'm going to say yes.
Mike?
Yes.
All right. So then that's a yes for number 5. Number 6, the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality. Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, Jill DeLong, I'm going to say no. They're replacing a very small cabin that's less than 2,000 square feet with a very large house. I think that does change the character of the locality.
Okay. Rob?
No.
Amy?
I'm a yes. There's actually another home being constructed to the right of the property.
Okay. Bonnie?
I'm a yes.
Mike? Yes for number 6. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations. Yes or no?
Mr. Chairman, I don't think economics factored into it at all.
Okay. Yes for Rob. Jill?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie? Yes. Mike?
Yes.
Right. Yes for number 7. All 7 questions being answered in the affirmative would look for a motion to grant the variance.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to grant the variance.
I'll
Great.
second.
All right. Second motion from Amy, second from Mike. All right. Then looking for the remaining votes. Jill?
Yes.
Okay. Rob?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
All right. The remaining votes being answered in the affirmative. The variance is requested is granted.
Are you in relation to Cy?
Excuse me?
Are you in relation to Cy Gherkin?
Cy?
Sylvester?
Yes.
Oh, I used to work with him.
All right. Moving to agenda item number 8. And after the fact, request from James and Elizabeth Illies of Melrose from section 10.211A1A of Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to leave has constructed a deck less than 200 feet landward of an ordinary high water level of Isabel Lake, classified a natural environment. Said ordinance requires structures to be set back a minimum of 200 feet landward of the ordinary high water level of a lake classified as a natural environment. Affected property, the south 600 feet west of east 79 feet, northeast quarter of the northwest quarter, south 600 feet of west 306 feet of the northwest quarter of the northeast quarter of section 8, Grove Township, property address 36078 368th Street, Melrose, Minnesota. And applicants, they're online, correct?
They're online.
All right. If I can get your name and address for the public record, please. You might be on mute.
Applicants, if you can hear us, can you nod your head? Yes? Can you hear us?
No.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we could move on to the next application until we get this one figured out.
Okay.
Just,
Sounds like a good idea.
Yep.
I'll go back and visit with Deb.
Okay. Moving on to agenda item number 9, a request from Joseph and Cynthia Lies of Richmond from section 9.311A3 of Stearns County Land Use Zoning Ordinance 439 to construct an agricultural accessory building less than 100 feet from the center line of County Road number 9, classified major collector. Said ordinance requires structures to be set back minimum of 100 feet from the center line of a road classified major collector. Affected property is the south 70 acres of the northwest quarter of the north half of the northwest quarter of southwest 4th, section 13 of Eden Lake Township. Property address is 17625 County Road 9, Richmond, Minnesota. And if I can get your names and address for the public record, please.
Joe Lease, 17625 County Road 9, Richmond, Minnesota.
And Cindy Lease or Cynthia, 17625 County Road 9, Richmond.
All right, perfect. And then board members who were able to visit the site, Mike?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
I was. Amy?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And Jill?
No.
All right, staff to report, please.
Applicants own a 12.42 acre parcel located in an A40 zoning district. They purchased the property in January of 1999. They did obtain a variance in April of 2006 to place a 40 by 100 accessory structure in the same location as what they're requesting tonight. Per the applicant, health complications prevented them from acting on that variance that was approved at that time. They now would like to construct a 60 by 140 accessory structure to store their farming equipment, which are, sitting outside exposed to the elements. Per the applicant, there is room to locate the structure at the required setback, but it would require bringing in a substantial amount of fill and then potentially altering the existing natural drainage flow to the road ditch. Property, as I said, is in a A40 zoning district. We did receive comments from the county highway engineer. You have those in your packet. Back in 2006, we did not solicit comment from our county highway department for county highway setback requests, which we do currently. The alternative to the request would be to place the structure in a location that would meet the minimum required setback of 100 feet to the center line. Eden Lake Township, the Sauk River Watershed District, Stearns County Highway, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of the request. And again, we do have the correspondence from Highway, which you have in your packets, and that's the only correspondence I have on this request.
All right, applicants, anything you wish to say about your request? I do have to say, it's nice to see that you have nice dogs and not murderous dogs. That's a nice thing to see. Yeah, docile dogs. That's nice to see in our report rather than mean dogs. Exactly. So we appreciate that. Anything you wish
He
to
just
say?
jumped, and I didn't want no one's car to get jumped on.
No. Yeah, very nice
And I
dogs.
will say happy anniversary.
Thank you.
Huh?
Yes.
Yes. Anything you wish to say to your request?
Well, the reason why we want to put the shed close to the road is to drive the farm machinery in, because right now the shed is going to be even with our house.
Mm.
And if we move it down 13 feet, then it'll be hard to get the machinery in to the shed. And we like to leave 2 trees up front that we don't want to take out, which we'd have to, and remove a flower bed that we got in front of the house.
Okay.
And as far as putting it anywhere else, I know the county said we could put it down in this field on the other side. My well sits there, and we need that for our feed lot, because once we get this shed up, we're going to make our feed lot on the other shed all the way. The whole shed will be used for a feed lot. That's why it doesn't work down there, and it's a big hole. It's not a field. It's and all the water runs down there.
Okay.
That's about it.
All right. Anything? Questions from board members for the applicant or staff?
I do have a question for applicant, and I apologize, I forgot to write this down when I was out there, but there were no tile lines back there, correct? There no tile lines on that?
No.
Okay.
I have a Question, Mr. Chairman, for the applicant. Why so much bigger than the last time?
Machinery got a lot bigger.
Okay.
Sure did.
Even, you know, before we had to have it up that far because your driveway, you know, to get in it, the doors are, in fact, the same size. The one door is going to be 4 feet wider, the 24-foot door, but you still had to get in the shed, you know, away from the house. That's why we're running so much trouble.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say on record that I talked to the applicant when I was out on my site visit.
Okay.
And I did as well.
Okay. That seems to be a common problem. Machinery gets bigger and much more expensive. As a farm, you definitely know that. Any other questions? Hearing none, anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the request? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the request? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the request? All right, hearing none, looking for a motion to close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, could I
Yep.
speak on record?
Go
first?
ahead.
I did contact the county highway engineer,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't have any plans to rebuild County Road 9 for
Okay.
at least the next 15 years.
Okay. Perfect. All right. Motion to close the public hearing?
Jill DeLong, I move to close the public hearing.
Motion from Jill. Can I get a second?
Mr. Chair, I'll second.
Second from Amy. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same side. Motion carries. Then moving now to our findings of fact. The proposed use is allowed in the zoning districts in which the subject property is located, yes or no?
Mr. Chair, that is a yes. It does allow for new structures.
Okay. Yes from Amy. Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number one. Number two, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls, yes or no?
Mr. Chair, Jill DeLong, I'm going to say no, just based off of the letter from the county attorney. Even if they aren't planning to expand it for another 15 years, the fact that the county technical person, I already forgot what the word is, sent that letter makes me believe that it is not in harmony.
Okay. Rob?
I'm going to say yes, being that it's that much higher than the road and there's 2 rows of pine trees, so I don't believe it's a safety factor for a vehicle going off the ditch and running into that building.
There's other collateral before that. Amy?
I'm a yes. Other than the fact of you don't want your equipment outside, I mean, that's just elements wreck it. And number two, you guys already have had an approval for a variance.
Okay. Yes from Amy. Bonnie?
And I'm going to say yes. I believe that the amount of variance that they're asking for, is smaller. It's not like they're wanting to be 20 feet off of it. It's 87 feet. So.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number two. Number three, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to say yes under the comprehensive plan. Under the agricultural heading, it says Stearns County agricultural heritage is the root of our prosperity and identity. Also, agricultural goals number 1 and 4.
Okay. Yes from Rob. Jill?
Yes.
Okay. Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
All right. Yes for number three. Number four, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner. I don't have a vote, but storing your equipment inside a machine shed is very much a needed basis for the needs of agriculture.
Mr. Chair, I'm a yes. Also having a workshop that is huge too.
Yep. Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number four. Number five, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner, yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I'm a yes. The property in the back does slope back, so I do feel like that there would be a water issue.
Okay. Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Bonnie?
I'm going to say yes due to the fact of increasing their size of the building from their original request is due to changes in just the industry.
All right, Mike.
Yes.
Yes for number 5 then. The variance if granted maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I'm a yes. Anyone who farms does want to keep their stuff in a machine shed if possible.
Okay, a yes from Amy. Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
And Mike?
Yes.
Okay, yes for number 6. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations, yes or no?
I'd say yes, it's due to the farm operation, not due to finance.
Okay, Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
All right, therefore 7 questions being answered in the affirmative, looking for a motion to approve the variance request.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the variance.
Okay, motion from Amy. Looking for a second.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second it.
A second from Rob. All right, remaining votes. Jill?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
And Mike?
Yes.
All right, those answered in the affirmative. The variance request is granted. So any questions, please contact staff during regular business hours. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then with the technical issue, okay. All right, now moving to number 8 again. Do you want me to read that again or no? Okay. All right, then moving straight into the, if the applicants would state their name and address for the public record, please.
Okay.
Oh, crap. Is your mute maybe on? Can you hear me at all? No, she can't hear me. Huh.
Well, Mr. Chair, we do have one last application.
Yep, let's just do that
Want to
then.
roll through it? Well, then at least we're not having
Sure.
these ladies continue
Yep.
to wait.
All right, a request from Pamela Winter of Oakley, California, from Section 6.621Q of Stearns County Land Use Zoning Ordinance 439 to operate a vacation short-term rental on a lot less than 66% of a minimum lot width standard on a recreational development lake. Said ordinance requires a minimum of 99 feet a foot lot width of a vacation short-term rental on a recreational lake. Also, an after-the-fact request from a subsurface sewage treatment system, Ordinance 422, to keep as constructed a deck less than 10 feet from a sewage tank. Said ordinance requires structures to be set back a minimum of 10 feet from the sewage tank. Affected property, all of Lot 1 of the westerly 35th feet, 2 of the easterly line of said 30-foot track of Lot 2 that runs parallel with the westerly line of said Lot 2 of Hasling's addition of the city of Cold Spring, and that's in Wakefield Township. The property address is 16553 Oster Point Road, Cold Spring, Minnesota. And if I can get your names, name and address for the public record, please.
Pamela Winter, 29 Chelsea Court, Oakley, California at the moment, although I am moving to Texas.
Okay. All right. Board members were able to do a site visit. Mike?
Yep.
Bonnie?
Yes.
I was. Amy?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And Jill?
No.
Okay. With that, staff to your report, please.
Applicant purchased Lot 1 and the westerly 35 feet of Lot 2 of Hasling's addition in January of 21. Hasling's addition was platted in 1949. It's located in the R1 zoning district. The lot is 32,825 square feet or 0.75 acres in size. The original plat did not offer Lot 1 access to the lake. So in 1966, the current owner at that time purchased the 5-foot wide strip from owner of Lot 2, which is south of the subject lot, in order to obtain lake access to be able to get to the lake. Applicant applied for an interim use permit to operate a vacation home rental and appeared before our County Planning Commission in October of 22. That application was tabled until the December 22 hearing, and our our planning commission ultimately ended up recommending denial of the application to county board, in part because at that time Wakefield Township had placed a moratorium on new vacation rentals. January of 23, the new standards were put in place regarding the vacation short-term rentals, and then Wakefield Township ended up expiring or sunsetting their moratorium on those new rentals. This property does meet the lot size standard requirement. It's just the width standard that we're looking at here. And this proposal would represent a 65% deviation from the lot width standard. Her application at that time in January of 23 was denied. And we highlighted the purpose and intent of those lot width and size requirements. The deck portion of the request, the applicant was performing some additions and remodeling on the structure. She was granted a permit by our department in November of 21 for that work. And environmental services staff inadvertently overlooked the setback from the deck to the septic tank of 10 feet, issued the permit anyway, and now here we are, excuse me, with a setback of 6 feet and not 10. The property is in R1 zoning. The impervious lot coverage is 16%. The septic system on the property was certified compliant in November of 20. Again, it's a 65% deviation from the lot width standard. Wakefield Township, Sauk River Watershed, Cold Spring and Richmond cities, Sauk River chain of lakes, DNR and property owners within 500 feet have been notified. We did receive correspondence which was forwarded to the applicant and was in your packets. There was some fairly recent correspondence from, I believe it was Tuesday. It was Tuesday. That was from a Clyde Tearaway, and I'll read that one since it's so new. Good day, please advise if this email is not adequate. Perhaps you need a letter, ? Regarding the Board of Adjustment, agenda item number 10, which is now 9. Winter property, I strongly oppose making either exception to the ordinances. Environmental Services worked long and hard to develop an ordinance adjustment regarding short-term vacation rentals, taking into account all stakeholders. The new ordinance went into effect January 1st, 23. And there is no reason to start taking exceptions at this time. To allow such a large variance to the shoreline measurement would set a very bad precedent. Additionally, the sewage versus deck measurement is there for good reason as well, and a variance should not be granted. The ordinance was put in place for environmental and neighborhood protection, and to allow exceptions is a disservice to the public. That's from Clyde Tearaway, 21417 Forest Hill Road, Richmond. And that is all I have.
Okay, to the applicant, anything you want to say about your variance request?
Yes, I absolutely would. So I think as mentioned, I've been here before. So this is not my first try at this. I purchased the property with the intent. This is my childhood home. I am not, the monsoon gang that has been absolutely after anyone trying to get a license for this. I read the letter to the editor in the record where they're concerned about China or other countries coming in or corporations buying these properties, making all this money. This is not the case. This is my childhood home. I came during COVID back. My dad worked for the Granite Company forever. He was a Wakefield Township assessor. I used to hold the tape measure as a child on Saturday mornings. That was his side hustle. And but he was transferred to California, which is why I ended up there. So I learned a few years back that my home, and we had been gone for 38 years, was going to go on the market, but they already had a buyer. I said, please, if, it falls through, I would love to get it back in the family. My dad, my grandpa, my uncle built this home. And it did fall through, so I was able to purchase it. But when I did so, I put a plan in place to do a short-term rental to offset some of the expenses of not only the remodel. Nothing had been done in 38 years. It was like going back in time when I walked into the place. The same carpet from 1960, whatever. There was no way I could have possibly rented it in the condition it was in. So I put a plan together to do that. I hired a designer. She designed it as an Airbnb. At the time, I talked to Stearns County. It was Nick at the time. I was talking to Nick about the shoreline, what I could do there. I asked him about whether or not I'd be able to use this home as a rental property. He said yes. He sent me the instructions to fill out, which I did do. The second step in your process at Stearns County is to fill out when your windows were installed and the size of them. At the time, I had no windows. The roof was pulled off. The windows were being replaced. I could not fill out step 2. This is in 2021. So I had to wait. And with the supply chain issues and everything else, it has been quite an ordeal to get this remodel done. As soon as the windows were in, I went to go fill out the next part of the application and then learned there was a moratorium put in place. This was after I had started all of this. So if I had any idea, I would have never gone down this path. I, like I said, was raised to follow the rules. But so I did, I got the consultant to come out, and she gave me the approvals and went forward. And then obviously, and I understand. I mean, I was here in December for the hearing, and and I talked to Wakefield Township. I talked to Jim Willenbring. I talked to Cyril Erkins. I know he's no longer there, but I talked to both of them, and they both agreed that's a great use of the property. And they said because the reason they had the moratorium was to protect people's property value. There's nothing that I have done to do anything but improve people's property value, if you see what I've done with this place. And they both agreed and said it would be a good use of the property. And I said, I'm concerned because I knew what was going to go into effect on January 1st, and then I wouldn't have enough shoreline. And they told me, well, you should apply for a variance then, which is exactly what I'm doing. I am doing what they suggested I do to make sure I can follow through with this. And I mean, you can call them, and I'm sure they will validate that. But so yes, so I understand if you look at my property, if it was just that sliver going all the way up, of course you wouldn't want that as a rental property because you would be squished in there next to people. But where I'm at, my deck or my dock, is 150 feet away from any dock on either side, and the lot is huge. And there's a border with the trees and shrubs, so you can easily tell, whose property is whose. So I understand, like I said, why the new ordinance is put in place. I do think this is a legitimate exception. I call it Buckshot Hideaway. My dad's nickname was Buckshot when he played softball. And the hideaway is literally because you have to go in this bay to even understand that the house is even there. I mean, it's like a little bit off the main area, which I think is actually a good thing. I mean, I think this is a boon for this area to have the ability to have a place for people to rent short term. And I know they suggested, well, I could rent it long term. Well, that defeats the purpose. I can't use it then. My family can't use it then. The whole reason I bought it, like I said, was to get it back in the family so we can use it until I retire, and then I'll be up here. But so that was the intent. So I just want you to understand, I'm not like someone coming from California trying to make money on some place. This is like my childhood home, wanted it back in the family, and I just want to offset some expenses so that I can continue to maintain the place, because right now I am struggling to afford to do that, even frankly, because the The remodel was twice what I thought it would cost, and I owe a lot of people a lot of money. So I'm just trying to do the right thing here. So I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Board members, questions for staff or the applicant?
I have a question for staff, and you may or may not be able to answer this. Before the new standards went into place, would it have qualified under the old guidelines?
Go ahead.
Nobody wants to answer.
I just can't help myself because, short-term rentals has been pretty much all I've been doing for the last year and a half. Yes, it would have met the requirements before January 1st because before January 1st, we didn't have lot width or lot size requirements.
And then I have a question kind of down that line. What about properties that have no shoreline?
Mr. Chair, Bonnie, they would still have, there's still a minimum lot size and minimum lot width in non-riparian parcels. So they still have to meet that 66%.
And this doesn't meet that? I mean, if this, let's say if this were an area where it's not by a lake.
Okay.
Would this meet requirements for short-term rental?
I would have to look and see
Okay.
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head because we'd have to look at the base zoning district.
Well, and that confuses me too, because if you look at the south, I mean, there's another 200 feet there. It's just not on the lake.
The purpose and intent, and it's in the staff report, is to have separation between people coming up on weekends or going on vacation in year-round homes. So the idea was have space, and we talked about having a setback from home to home, and that was rejected. They just said we're going to go with a straight lot width. So yes, there's a lot width on everyone's lot. It's just, and so you have to meet 66% of that. And I don't think we can say, I don't know if it really matters if it wouldn't, I mean, it is on a lake, so that's the standard you have to use.
And this was taking place before the new rules went into effect, correct? I mean, she already had started that process.
That's correct. My understanding is that she started.
And then she kind of got stuck in the middle there.
And admittedly started some of the remodels before she had the permits. So.
Well, I didn't start any remodel before I had a permit.
Okay.
Are you kidding me? I did not start any remodel before I had a permit.
Okay, I'll take that back. That was my misunderstanding. I thought.
I follow the rules, trust me.
Well, I think maybe there's a confusion here between a construction permit and the rental permit. Is that what?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. The rental license was not issued. Right.
You had construction permits, but not the rental permits.
Yes, correct.
Well, and just looking at this, it looks like it took over 18 months for Wakefield, if I'm looking at this correctly, to even establish what their rules were.
Yes.
That's how long their planning took? Is that?
No, they didn't. They weren't 18 months. They were a year. They were just short of a year.
It was approximately 18 months on helping establish VRBO ordinance. So who took 18 months to establish that then?
Wakefield did not actually establish anything. They rejected their moratorium and they adopted the county's rules, which are what you have in front of you today.
Okay, so it took the county 18 months.
County never had a moratorium either. Those are Pam's words. You'd have to ask her what she meant by that.
Well, I can explain. So I have been in touch with Wakefield through this whole process. When I learned they had a moratorium, I did reach out to them, talk to them. At the time, it was Monsoon Township. There were people there and I'll just tell you exactly what I've been told. So this is secondhand, but that had complained because there were beer cans or something across the road. And so Wakefield decided to put a moratorium in place so they could study it. But then when they looked it up, there was not one in the history of record keeping call to law enforcement from that area. So they honestly didn't know what they were going to study. And this is from Wakefield. This is what they told me, but they learned that Stearns County was going to be looking at it and putting new ordinance in place and making it more strict, which they wanted to and appreciated. So they said they were going to hopefully adopt whatever Stearns County came up with. Therefore, they wouldn't have to do that themselves because it does take money and there's a bunch of whatever that goes into it. I mean, obviously that's not part of my situation, but that's what I was told by Wakefield. So, and then honestly, when in December, the hearing, when I talked to the people in Wakefield, they're like, yes, you know, we think it's a great use of the property, but we really want you to adopt the Stearns County new ordinance. So that's why they asked for them to hold on granting it until the new ordinances went into place.
Mr. Chair, question for staff or the applicant. So I was trying to look at the packet and I didn't see the measurements, but if we forget about the little leg part at the bottom, are the width of the major part of the lot, does that meet the 99-foot requirement?
Angie, oh, okay.
Yeah, and then some.
The 99 feet is lakeshore.
Oh, I thought it was just the total width of the lot.
Well, it says width of the lot, but for whatever reason, that's interpreted like it has to be lakeshore, which is, I've been confused since I've read the new ordinance, but.
So, just some clarification on that 99-foot lot width. So if we forget about the little leggy part of the lot and just the main square of it, does the width or the height of that main square at all meet the 99 feet wide?
Sure, it would back here.
Okay, so the concern is just the width of the little leg part. Okay. So when I know the ordinance is new, so we're still figuring things out and how it all works. So it sounds like it is the smallest part of the lot has to be at least 99 feet wide?
Mr. Chair, Joe, we're not really still figuring that part out. I mean, lot width is lot width, and for 40 years we've been measuring lake width at the lake. So that's where we have to measure it from. I would suggest that if you want to look at this application differently than what the ordinance is, then talk about how you think it's different in terms of the specifics on the property. And I would say not challenge what the ordinance is, but maybe I'm not following your train of thought. I mean, the intent of the lot width, again, especially in shoreland, is that you keep people away from each other. So,
yeah. Basically, you have a funnel there. Rental people, transients aren't going to respect that little funnel.
They will, because we actually have roped off.
Rented out already?
But my neighbor, and so just to maybe a little more clarity, so the person to the left and the person to the right. So we are 3 daughters. We have bought our childhood homes. So Deb, I grew up with her. Julie, I grew up with her. All 3 of us bought our childhood homes, which is pretty amazing. But so we talk about this all the time. In fact, Julie was the one that suggested that I buy the place and do the Airbnb. So they are very well aware of my intent. Deb has put up right by her line these awesome stumps with rope that looks like a marina, which we intend to do on the other side too. So you will have a pathway for people to come down. And there are trees along my southern line there. There are trees and shrubs. So it's very, very clear what part of the property is mine and what part is my neighbor's. And my neighbor's actually, if you go down to the south, it's land, their garden. But if you look on both properties, you are looking at the garage. We're not looking at their homes. There's no windows. We're completely private. No one can even see what's happening on this lot. I mean, I'm happy for you to go out and look at it. It's a very, very private, huge lot.
But
It's not.
But basically what you were talking about is your family and the neighbors. But now you're going to throw partying people in there all summer long who aren't going to respect that 35 feet or 34 feet.
I have to tell you, with all due respect, I have put everything I have into this remodel. It cost me twice what I thought it would. I will not let anyone in that house that's going to party. I guarantee you that. It is a very high-end home, and it's my dream home. It's where I intend to retire, but I will not have partying people in that house. I guarantee it.
Question for applicant. I've rented VRBOs before, and usually they establish house rules. I'm assuming that is something you are going to
I have
establish
my
for
house
your
rules.
guests to
Yes,
stay, charge a
absolutely.
cleaning fee.
Yep. She is going to be my property manager because she lives a mile away. My childhood, who actually grew up in the house right next door. But yeah, so she is, until I can come back, she's a mile away and will handle it for me and is going to.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, you do need to come to the mic. We can't catch you on the audio, and introduce yourself, please. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Donna Pung, and I am the property manager, and I grew up next door. And yes, we did set up a book. We have a book written out with all house rules, property lines, the guidelines. Definitely made neighbors aware that if anything does go disarray, we want to know right away. But there is always that chance, I understand, but it is going to be a high-end rental. It's not going to be a cheaper rental where hopefully we will have respectable people, but it is,
And
it's a
honestly,
risk, but
her dad is my godfather who owns the property right across Canals Lake Circle. So who keeps an eye on it. In fact, I don't know who was out measuring.
yeah, he usually
But
knows when
I got the
any of
heads
you
up.
were there. Yeah.
Somebody's out measuring on your property, and it turns out it was Stearns County out there. But there are all eyes. I've got like 7 cameras up. I'm watching it all the time. So.
Okay, Ms. Winter, to the applicant, I was in law enforcement for 39 years. Do you know how many parties I went to at high-end rentals where there's no parties allowed? So don't give me that. I can't believe that you can speak for
I don't, but I
future.
don't think you had
Okay.
the neighbors and my godfather and this person watching.
Right, but it can happen, I understand that, but I agree that.
They'll call me in a New York minute.
Most families that rent a VRBO are more family-oriented.
Mm-hmm. All right, any other questions? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the request? Anyone? This is so stupid. Anyone? You got anything back there? No? Good? Okay. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the request? Anyone wishing to speak to the request? All right, hearing none. Any motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the hearing.
A motion from Amy, second.
I'll second it.
Second from Bonnie. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. So what we will need to do here, there are 2 parts to this for the after the fact. First would be the septic, and then the second would be the vacation rental part of that, if I have that correct, right? Yes. Okay. All right, so going first with the septic after the fact. Number 1, is the proposed use allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located, yes or no?
Mr. Chair, Jill DeLong, it is a residential area, and you are allowed to have a septic system.
Okay. Rob?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike? Yes. All right, that's a yes for number 1. Number 2, is the variance in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls, yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to say yes. I do feel that it was an overlook on staff
When they were measuring the.
when they were
Oh,
measuring.
yeah.
Sorry.
Yep. Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number 2. Number 3, the variance request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to say yes. I do feel that it falls under Lakeshore Living Policies number 1 and number 3.
Okay, yes from Amy. Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number 3. Number 4, is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner, not permitted by an official control? Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
It was an overlook on staff. I mean, it should have been
Okay.
caught before it was done.
Jill?
I believe it is reasonable to use a sewage system. It's reasonable to use a deck. So yes, it is a reasonable manner.
Okay. Rob?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
All right. Number 5, is applied to the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner? Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to say yes. I think if everyone would have noticed it right away, I think it probably would have done properly done.
Okay. Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number 5. Number 6, will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality? Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to say yes. All the other homes out there have septic systems as well.
Okay. Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Okay. Number 7, is the need for the variance, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations? Yes or no?
I would say yes, the septic is where it is.
Okay.
And it was certified.
Right.
Okay, so yes from Bonnie. Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes, and on record, it has been certified.
Yep. And then Mike?
Yes.
Okay. So all questions being answered in the affirmative for the septic after the fact. Looking for a motion to approve.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the variance for the septic.
Right? Second?
I'll second it.
Second from Bonnie. Okay. Remaining votes, Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And Mike?
Yes.
Okay, with those votes counted as they are, the motion for the after the fact findings for the septic is approved, so that variance is granted. Now moving to the findings of the fact for the vacation rental. And so number 1 for that, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located, yes or no?
Mr. Chair, Jill DeLong, I'm going to say that yes, having a VRBO in that that kind of I forgot the word again. In that kind of area is allowed.
Okay. Rob?
Zoning district.
Oh, there you go. Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Right, that's a yes for number 1. It's been a long night, so if you forget a name, it's probably all right. Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls, yes or no?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to say no. This is a new ordinance. There was a lot of technical work put into it. It's not one of the old ones that have been on the books for 50 years. It's new. These are the guidelines, and it's not in compliance with that.
Okay. Jill?
I'd like to comment on it. I'm going to say yes, because I think we're always given the task of saying, does it meet the intent? And the intent was to have setbacks from neighboring properties to reduce any conflicts. And when you look at the unique shape of this, you know, you see that there is definitely setbacks from both neighboring properties. And so I think it meets the intent, even though this is an oddly shaped lot.
And I'm going to comment. I'm a yes. This was started before the new ordinance was in effect. You unfortunately got caught up in the middle of it.
Okay, so yes from Amy and Bonnie. Jill?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
All right, yes for number 2. Number 3, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no?
I'm going to say yes for living goals number 3, to support housing options that give people of all life stages and all economic means viable choices for safe, stable, and affordable homes. And I believe this, when we talk about giving people choices, not only just people who own the homes, but people who also rent homes.
Okay, yes from Bonnie. Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
I'm going to say no under Lakeshore Living, number 7. Create a riparian standard that balances the interest of both year-round and seasonal residents. This doesn't. It's 35 feet. It's 66% short of what's needed.
All right. Amy?
I'm a yes. It does fall under living goal 3 and 4.
Mike?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be a yes for number 3. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I'm a yes.
Okay, Jill?
I'm sorry, let me add on
go
to
ahead.
that.
Yep.
VRBOs are very common. They are very family friendly. It's in a very nice area. I mean, yes, you want to get some of your money back that you have put into it.
And if I could,
go ahead.
I'd say yes, because she has safety and backup plans in place as far as having, a manager that lives only a mile away that can address any concerns that might come up. And to say that, we're worried about big parties and wild things, well, lots of people around the lake. I know people who have lake homes and live there, and it's just the owner, and they invite all their friends to come every weekend up to the lake, and sometimes they're more of a problem than somebody that comes with 5 or 6 people that rent the home, because I'm sure you probably have guidelines of how many additional people that they can have. You can only have a certain number of people.
Yes, yes.
And those people pay significant deposits, and they don't want to lose it by violating. Thank you.
Jill?
Yes.
Rob? No. Mike?
Yes.
All right, yes for number 4. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner, yes or no?
Ms. Chair, I'm going to say yes to that. Her process was started before the new policies. Like I said, she was caught in the middle of it all.
And I'd add to that the shape of this property is unique.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yes from Amy, yes from Bonnie. Jill?
I'm going to say yes, also because the shape of the property is unique. I can understand having that 99-foot lot limit when it's a line of, small cabins along a lake. This one, it's just a weird-shaped lot. So I feel like it's not that really small, crowded line of cabins. There's a lot more room between it and its neighbors. So yes, I think it is unique to the property.
Okay, yes from Jill. Rob?
I'm going to say yes.
Okay. Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number 5. Number 6, the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to say no. Those are all, even according to the applicant, third-generation families out there. There's no short-term rentals in that area.
Okay. Jill?
Well, thinking about what Rob's saying, but the neighboring properties do meet, presumably, that 100-foot lake lot width. So they could legally rent out short-term their homes. So I agree that, yes, the character kind of changes when you think about family cabins versus short-term rentals, but I feel like that because the neighboring properties could also have that opportunity, that character does not change. So I'm going to say that it does maintain the essential character.
Okay. Amy?
I'm a yes.
Bonnie?
I'm a yes.
Mike?
Yes.
All right, yes for number 6. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations, yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to say yes. I believe economics weren't really discussed.
Well,
I mean, they weren't.
I think it's a huge part of it.
No, you're right, it is. I'm sorry. So
I think
there's more
correct.
than that.
Yeah. Yep. And Jill?
Yes, there's more than that, but it is a large part of it.
Rob?
I'm going to say no. She mentions economics 10 times in her application. It's all
Okay.
economic based.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
All right. 7 questions being answered in the affirmative. Looking for a motion to approve the variance as requested.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to accept the variance.
Okay. Motion from Amy. Looking for a second.
I'll second it.
Second from Mike. Yeah. Remaining votes. Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
I'm going to say no. The board has disrespected all the staff members that put a year's worth of their time into this.
Okay. Bonnie?
Yes.
All right. Questions being answered in the affirmative. Majority, your variance request as requested is granted. Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, can they hear us now?
Are we going to get this one yet?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, so we have had them.
Wait,
We've had them for a long time.
I'm walking out.
Phone.
Kidding. Just kidding.
So I'm sure Deb will run in here. Oh, sweet.
If we're waiting for that, can Dave at least give us the lowdown?
Oh, I think they're here now.
Yeah, you can start.
Yep. Applicants, can I get your name and address for the public record, please? What? Yeah, Dave, you want to just, is that all right? Can you just, yeah, go ahead, give the staff report. Well, actually, yeah, did I ask who had been able to visit yet? I think I did.
Oh, no.
No, oh,
It's not us.
no,
You didn't.
okay. Mike?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Myself, yes.
Yes.
Rob? And Jill?
No.
Okay. Dave, to your report, please.
Okay, the applicants own 15.15 acres in an Ag 80 zoning district. They purchased this property in November of 2012. The residential dwelling was constructed in 1898 per our county assessor's records. Obviously, there were no rules at that time. It does not meet the required setback from the lake. The applicants constructed a 26 by 42 deck / pergola sometime between 2015 and 2018, which they did not have a valid construction site permit. Our feedlot staff discovered this when they were reviewing an application for a new animal feedlot, so that's how this came about. There's also a shed that was constructed on there in 2006 by a former previous owner that had a township permit, but it needed a county permit and didn't have that, but it's not part of the request. This property obviously is located in Shoreland Overlay District. It's Isabel Lake, A80 zoned. The septic system on the property was certified compliant in May of 21. One alternative to the request would be to remove the deck pergola and convert it to a patio. We consider a patio the floor of the structure within 12 inches of grade. Grove Township, DNR, Sauk River Watershed District, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of the request. I don't believe I have any correspondence. Just double checking. So many of them. I don't have any correspondence.
Okay. All right, thank you, Dave. Applicants, can you hear us? Well,
See, the weird thing is you see the blue border around
I know it's weird.
that blue border around it makes it think that the WebEx knows
Yeah.
that their mic is on.
And correct, you can't hear us, right? Not. Why am I asking that? That's dumb.
Oh, they gave us a thumbs up. They can
Oh,
hear us.
okay.
You can hear us.
You can hear us, but we can't hear you.
Okay.
Oh, okay. That's on our end then. Okay. We'll pause this for a second then, I guess.
Can we put them on phone? They can hear us. Can we put them on phone? On speakerphone?
Try.
Put in speakerphone up to the mic, yeah.
Let me see, James and Elizabeth, do you want us to try to call you on a phone, or do you want to table this until next month and you can come in? No, you do not want to table this. Okay, we'll give you a shot on the phone here, just a second.
Can I ask a question for staff while we're in the middle of this?
They won't hear it. Oh, they can hear us, huh?
Yeah, we're live.
They can hear us.
Yeah.
And we're live
We can't hear
recorded.
them.
So, Dave, feedlot reviews are done every, what do you say, 4 years?
Well, they're applying for new animal feedlots.
Okay. But prior to that, they've already been approved for a feedlot? Okay, and the only reason I'm asking is if there was a feedlot that existed out there already, I mean, usually these get reviewed every so many years. How did it go so many years unnoticed by staff?
That would be a great question for our feedlot staff. Sorry, that would be a good question for feedlot staff. That's separate from zoning, unfortunately, so.
Yeah, Ken.
I was just made aware that there was a violation because they were applying for new animal feedlot. The prior, looking at the feedlot issues, I don't know how it got overlooked or,
How did they notice that a shed was built?
because he's applying for a new feedlot permit.
Oh,
So they discovered that there was a shed
they
that was,
discovered the shed and the deck at the same time?
yep. Right, much where we get an application, we look at all the structures on the property to make sure they were permitted, not permitted. If they need a variance, then we can add it to the request and basically clean everything up. And so they did that same thing. They started looking at the structures and found, hey, there's no permit for this deck. So, and then we found the shed that was permitted by Grove Township and not county, which was a township error. Now, I guess what I did not mention, they do have a township variance because the deck doesn't meet the town road setback either. And I apologize for omitting that, but they did get a variance from Grove Township for the deck.
Okay, that's pretty crucial information.
Yep, sorry.
Mr. Chair, so we have Ilias is on my phone.
Yep.
And so James and Elizabeth, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to put you up to our microphone so that everyone can hear you. Okay, go ahead, Mr.
All right,
Chair.
Applicants, can we get your name and address for the public record, please?
Elizabeth and James Elias at 36078 368th Street, Melrose, Minnesota.
All right. And I did ask, right? Correct? Yes. Okay, I'm just making sure. Getting a little lost here. All right. And David, you gave your report, right?
I'm done.
Okay. And so applicants, anything you wish to talk to us about your variance request?
Is there anything you want to talk about the variance?
Okay, what do you want to know, I guess? I don't know what to say anymore.
That's fine.
We applied for the feedlot permit 3 years ago. Shelby came out. Shelby did the feedlot permit, passed everything. But then Shelby came out in like November of that year. And we weren't going to drain our septic system in November to have it tested because it was too late in the winter. So we waited till the following year to do that. I don't know what happened, but evidently it never got done because I guess we never got the yellow slip in the mail that we were supposed to get. So they called here 2 months ago to come back out and explain that it never got processed. So we had to redo the feedlot permit free of charge, which was fine. Everything was changed. The deck we did, I'm thinking it was like 4 or 5 years ago. I called to the county to get permission how to get the township. No, I called the county first to find out what do I have to do this deck. I was going to build it myself. County came out when we own Ilias Auto Body. He came out sometime after that. I can't tell you when, but I don't even know who it was because I didn't see the guy when he came out because I was at the body shop working. So when they came out, they called me later. They called me that fall. I'm thinking it was 18. With that foundation of the garage still in place, intact, I could build off of that foundation. I had to go by his rules. His rules were build off that foundation. I could not go any further to the lake from that foundation. I couldn't cover the outside of that foundation. It had to be exposed. The patio doors were already on the house part. So we built south from the, from the foundation. We built south and didn't attach. He said I had two choices. If I attached it to the house, then I needed a permit. But if I built it off the garage foundation that was in place, I didn't. I did not attach it to the house anywhere along the ways. And I had to keep it perfectly aligned with the foundation of the garage. That's exactly what we all did. And that's where I went. And that's been now 4 or 5 years ago. So I went by everything I was told. And here we are today getting basically. Yeah.
Who was he told by? Environmental Service, or did he deal with someone else? Can you ask him that?
James, this is Angie. I don't know if you changed something since you first started talking, but we can't hear you as well. One of the board members is asking who in Environmental Services told you that.
I've never got, it's probably, I'm sure he probably gave me a name. I don't know. This is probably, like I said, 4 or 5 years ago. I didn't document anything. But, just Dave that I've been talking to, super nice guy. But I did tell him, since I've started to document a lot of stuff lately because things should have been documented evidently then. I can't give you a name. I don't know who it was. I don't remember the name who it was. I believe I initially talked to Don Klemke, I believe. I can't quote that for sure, but I believe it was Don Klemke I talked to.
Does Don still exist?
He retired.
He retired.
He's still alive, yes. If that's what you're asking. Is not expired.
Is there any record of the discussion that he had with him or a file? No. Because I feel like something like that would be documented.
Pictures today begin last week, up to date with all the snow gone, where you can clearly see the whole foundation of that garage is still visible, and it did not go beyond anything. I did end up getting 6 too close to the gravel road, which that I didn't know, but the township gave us a variance for that. So I did everything I was supposed to do.
Okay, questions for the applicant or staff?
Mr. Chair, question for staff, just to clarify. So that kind of structure would normally require a construction permit, but we just didn't have one. That sounds correct? Okay, so
Yeah.
if all the check boxes were checked off, it should have had a construction site, or it should not have been constructed if it did not have a construction site permit. Does that sound right?
It needed a construction site permit, yes.
Okay, thank you.
See, and I'm going by exactly what I was told. If it was attached to the house, it needed a permit. If it was not attached in any way, it did not. It went off the garage foundation. I'm going by what I was told. It's simple as that.
Any other questions?
We picked them up right away and now we can't.
I have a question for staff.
Yep.
And the applicant maybe then. Under the deck is an old foundation.
That's the garage.
What could they do with that?
That was the garage she's talking about, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, the applicant indicated that there was a garage in that location.
Can you put the phone closer to James, please? We're not picking you up on the mic anymore.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Okay,
Hello?
something changed, but go for it.
Yep.
Hello?
Yep.
We're here.
We can hear you.
Okay, what do you need to know?
I don't think there's any questions for you at the moment.
We just wanted to make sure we could hear you. All right, no other questions, right? Yeah, anybody in the audience. I mean, we don't even have a deputy anymore. But again, I have to ask, anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the request? Gosh, it's been a long night. Anybody wishing to speak to this request? Anyone wishing to speak to the request? Hearing none, seeing none. Anybody wishing to make a motion, please, to close the public hearing?
Mr. Chair, I will make a motion to close the hearing.
Thank you, Amy. Anybody wishing to second that?
Jill DeLong, I'll second.
All right. Thank you, Jill. Motion second. All those in favor of closing public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. Motion carries. Moving now to our findings of fact. And this is the after the fact. Is the proposed use allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located? Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, Jill DeLong, I do believe that having a deck or pergola is allowed in that zoning district.
Okay. Yes from Jill. Rob?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number 1. Number 2, is the variance in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls? Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to say yes. He was granted township variance.
Okay. Jill?
I'm going to say no. It's too close to the lake. It sounds like there wasn't a construction permit issued, so I'm going to say no.
I'm going to comment on that. It sounds like he did deal with a retired staff member, Don Lemke.
Okay. Rob?
I'm going to say no. It's not in harmony with protection of the groundwater or the lake shore.
Okay. Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number 2. Number 3, is the variance request consistent with the comprehensive plan? Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to say no, because we want to discourage the alteration of natural shorelands and the creation of impervious surface in nearshore areas under Lakeshore Living Policies number 3.
Okay. No from Jill. Rob?
I'm going to say no under Lakeshore Living Policies number 2 and 3.
Okay. Amy?
I'm going to say yes to living goals number 1 to collaborate with townships, which they did do.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number 3. Number 4, is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by an official control? Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to say yes. Again, I feel he dealt with a retired staff member. He was given the okay, and again, he did get a variance from the township.
Jill?
I'm going to say yes, it is reasonable to want to use a deck or pergola on your property.
Okay. Rob?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number 4. Number 5, is the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner? Yes or no?
Well, I believe it is unique where he was trying to use the foundation that was currently there, and trying to make an attempt not to, disrupt the land any more than he needed to. And although there were some mistakes maybe made, he felt he was doing what he was told to do.
Okay. Yes from Bonnie. Jill?
I don't know that there's anything unique to the property in this case, so I think it was created by the landowner.
Okay. No. Rob?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to agree with Jill.
Amy?
I'm going to say yes because that shed was done prior to ownership, too.
Mike?
I'm going to say yes because like the house was built in the 1800s and he was built on the footprint of the garage.
Okay. Yes for number 5. Number 6, will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality? Yes or no?
It's a rural home with a deck, so it's not going to change the character of the locality.
Yes from Bonnie. Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes for number 6. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations. Yes or no?
I don't think economics factored into it. It was just a little miscommunications and straightening some things out.
Okay. Yes from Mike. Jill?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
All right, with that, it's a yes for number 7. So all questions being answered in the affirmative. Looking for a motion and a second for this granting of the variance.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to grant the variance.
Motion from Amy. Looking for a second.
I'll second.
Second from Mike. Remaining votes, Jill.
Yes.
Rob. No. Bonnie.
Yes.
With the majority rule, and answers in the affirmative, the variance as requested is granted. Any questions? Ask staff. That's all I got.
Ask him if that horse is a gypsy van or.
I know, right?
Did you see that one?
So, Dave,
that
I have a
paint?
staff question.
I
So,
think that the.
with the variance being
think that
granted and the
one's a
shed and all
gypsy
that, is that
van.
all going to be up to date and then corrected
I
for
don't
him
know
so
that
he
much about
doesn't run
horses,
into an
so-
issue later in life?
Yes.
If it's a gypsy van, it's worth about 20 grand.
Oh, wow.
Wow. All right, with
Okay.
Who knows, maybe they don't know.
I know it's true.
Friendly dogs too.
No, that's right.
He asked me if I wanted to take one home.
Oh, he wouldn't have asked me that. I would
Aw,
have home.
nobody asked me that.
Oh, my
Well, there's
goodness,
nobody
I'm
there.
sorry.
Could have just taken it, I guess, but that's probably unethical. So.
I'm like, no, my tripod would be jealous.
Looking now to approve the minutes from our April meeting. Can I get a motion to approve those if anybody's had a chance to peruse them? Looks good to me.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion from Amy, second.
I'll second.
Second from Bonnie. All those in favor of approving the minutes from the April 13th minutes, 2023, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Anything from staff for us?
Mr. Chair, I would just like to say, great job
Yeah,
getting
it
through
was
this
great.
meeting in 4 hours. You will likely be having a lot of vacation home rentals coming. And so I do also want to applaud you for the way that you did your findings. It was very specific to the property. I'm not lying when I tell you we've had over a dozen calls in the last month on people wanting a variance from this. So be prepared.
I have a question in regards to that. How many of these got caught up in like the middle of this?
She was probably the only one.
Okay.
So I'm glad that you did speak the findings the way you did. And as you learned at the legal training, it's not a precedent, so just keep on that, because you will see some.
But if I read her application correctly, which I don't always do, but she had plans to rent that out the day she bought it. She didn't get caught in it. She had the process started already before the moratorium.
But the 99-foot lake width didn't exist when she bought it.
There's extenuating other circumstances as well.
No.
Yeah, it's pretty, yeah.
In honest to God, I've rented how many VRBOs, and they're usually very family friendly and have pretty specific rules.
Oh yeah, I've done that too. I mean, you'll lose a lot of money if you violate that. I mean, you're out a
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah, and if you do a good job cleaning up, they actually reimburse you a little bit.
I'd trade a VRBO for my neighbors because my neighbors party every week.
Oh yeah, gosh, yeah.
But the other thing too is economically, it's so much cheaper. when you
That
can go
music
with
is going boom, boom, boom till 3 in the morning.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'd just like to state for the record that I really appreciate all the time and effort that staff puts into these reports, puts into the ordinances that they're writing. Like I noticed, Dave mentioned, I knew she was going to ask that question. I notice in the bold italic, it just doesn't say this is for Jill, but I know that where it says note the structure footprint is this, I know that's for me. So I just want to say thank you. Yep. But I know you guys put a lot of time and
Dave,
effort,
great
so
job.
thank you.
But if there are other variances granted by townships and that, I do think that is very crucial information for us to know.
It is, and, we have staff report review with many people.
I get it.
Brought up, and I did miss it.
And I'm glad you said something about it. Truly, that was my decision-making point.
Yep. But it happens.
I mean, it was in the packet, but it wasn't in the report that way.
Yeah, it's in the packet from the township. And I do enjoy how that other property, the before and after of that, shoreline. I mean, she had it. It is something that is crucial to
Mhm.
look at. That is a finding of fact.
Well, oh, yeah. But I have to point out that when Ms. Winter says that there has been no conflicts with her neighbors, that's outright wrong.
Well, how do you know? Do you live
I've
next
worked
to
with her neighbor for 25 years.
Nope.
So
Any,
yeah, I know that.
any, an idea of how many we'll have for next month?
24. How is that thing?
Thank God. And looking to close.
Motion to close the public,
Yeah,
or to, a
well,
motion
yeah,
to close
we've
the meeting.
been here so long.
Adjourn the meeting.
Yeah. Motion to adjourn from Bonnie, second.
Second it.
Second from me. All those in favor of closing the,
Aye.
yeah, whatever it is. Yep. All right. Motion carries. We're adjourned. I'll take one.